Chapter 1509. Hongguang Old Man Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. With a wave of his right hand, the terrifying saint energy turned into a huge golden palm. The golden palm shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly rushed into the countless rogue cultivators who had gathered at the edge of Nine Nether Heaven. Ah! A scream rang out. The golden palm pointed at a middle-aged man with a sinister gaze. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with horror. He did not expect Zhuowen to attack him directly. "Open up!" The middle-aged man shouted loudly. The law lingered around his body as his saint energy gushed out and condensed into a huge hand. Crack! However, when the two huge hands collided, the huge hand formed by the middle-aged man's saint energy instantly collapsed. The middle-aged man was pinched in the huge hand like a chick. "Hecklers, die!" Zhuowen spat out these words and squeezed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man groaned and was directly crushed into pieces. Hiss! Seeing Zhuowen's ruthless means, the rogue cultivators gasped and kept quiet out of fear. They had seen how terrifying Zhuowen's strength was in Nine Nether Heaven. This person had passed the Saint Tribulation, and his cultivation had advanced to the glimpse profound Saint stage. His combat strength was comparable to a In Sky Saint stage saint. Coupled with the Celestial Saint artifact in his hand, this person was absolutely terrifying. Ordinary saints were no match for this person at all. Scram if you don't want to die. Zhuowen's killing intent was awe-inspiring as he stared at the rogue cultivators in front of him. He knew that these rogue cultivators were hidden powerhouses in the various nether realms. They had kept a low profile in the various nether realms. Now that the Nine Nether Realm had undergone a great change, these hidden powerhouses had finally come out. However, although these hidden powerhouses were strong enough, they could not be stronger than the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore. The middle-aged man who had heckled just now was a glimpse profound saint stage, saint like Zhuowen. However, he could not withstand a single blow from Zhuowen. "Junior, aren't you too arrogant?" Suddenly, an inconspicuous figure walked out from the crowd of rogue cultivators. The figure was stooped and held a walking stick in his right hand. He was over 70 years old and was trembling as if he would fall at any moment. When this inconspicuous old man came out, the surrounding rogue cultivators quieted down. It's the Rainbow Light Old Man. Who would have thought that the Rainbow Light Old Man would still be alive after 3,000 years? 3,000 years ago, the Rainbow Light Old Man fought against the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore. In the end, he was defeated and disappeared. Who would have thought that he had hidden himself from the world for 3,000 years? 3,000 years ago, the Rainbow Light Old Man was an expert who competed with the Sapphire Shore for supremacy. Now that 3,000 years have passed, I'm afraid his cultivation base has deteriorated. Sounds of discussion rang out as the surrounding cultivators whispered to each other, their eyes filled with awe. Rainbow Light Old Man. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the old man, who was like a candle flickering in the wind. This old man was so old that he could enter a coffin at any moment. He was actually a peerless figure who competed with the Sapphire Shore for supremacy 3,000 years ago. I don't need to tell you the dangers of the sky worm. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the sky worm is too powerful. It's useless for you to go over. You'll only strengthen the sky worm, Zhuowen said indifferently. The Rainbow Light Old Man's eyes were deep as he said, "Are you going to wait for the sky worm to kill Lord Chao Rong before devouring the countless living beings in the 9th Netherworld realm? Do you have a better idea?" "Yes, why wouldn't I?" Zhuowen said slowly. "How arrogant. Junior, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The rainbow light old man slammed his walking stick on the ground. A terrifying aura surged out from the rainbow light old man's body, like a volcano erupting. Since that's the case, I'll have to beat you down before I can convince you. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as a crack appeared between his eyebrows. There, the Buddha demon eyes slowly opened, golden light and black light intertwined, revealing a mysterious luster. The Buddha demon eye was inherited from the fighting Buddha demon saint. After the Buddha and demon clones broke through to the saint realm, they reformed into the Buddha demon eye. Among them, the Buddha's 9 kowtows and the demon's 10 perilous lands were inherited. When the two were combined, their power was extremely terrifying. Junior, you're just a glimpse saint. Although your combat strength is indeed extraordinary, a profound saint is still a profound saint. There's a huge gap between you and a heavenly saint. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. With that, a terrifying aura erupted from the rainbow light old man's body. At the same time, thousands of rainbow lights swept out from the void behind him, forming a long rainbow bridge. It was extremely majestic. The rainbow light old man has mastered the law of rainbow light. Judging from his aura, he should be in the in-sky saint realm. This kind of cultivation is enough to crush all profound saints. When the countless rainbow lights erupted and formed a long rainbow bridge in the void, many rogue cultivators in the surroundings retreated. Their pupils shrank, and they didn't dare to casually approach. Junior, I won't kill you. I'll only use 3 moves. If you can block them, this old man will immediately retreat. If you can't, this old man will also hold back. This time, I'm just teaching you a lesson. The rainbow light old man indifferently glanced at Zhuowen. He stretched out his skinny hand and suddenly pressed down. The countless rainbow bridges fell from the sky and smashed towards Zhuowen like meteors. This scene made many rogue cultivators shudder with fear. Their faces paled. The full-strength attack of an in-sky saint was indeed terrifying. It wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the falling rainbow bridges. The Buddha demon eye between his eyebrows flickered with golden and black light. The Buddha's 9 kowtows to the heavens. First kowtow to the heavens. Endless Buddha light rushed out of the Buddha demon eye, and a terrifying Buddha shadow appeared behind Zhuowen. This Buddha shadow squinted its eyes and put its right hand together. A huge halo appeared behind its head, emitting endless golden light like a scorching sun. The Buddha figure suddenly kowtowed to the sky, and a Buddha palm blasted out, facing the countless rainbow bridges that covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! This knock seemed as if even the sky was about to collapse. The rainbow light bridge that covered the sky and covered the earth froze in the void, as if time had stopped. What? The rainbow light old man turned pale with fright. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His attack had been blocked just like that. You have some strength. The rainbow light old man became serious. He clenched his right hand again, and endless rainbow light rushed out of his body, forming even more rainbow bridges that crushed towards Zhuowen. Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens. The second kowtow envies the heavens. Zhuowen slowly chanted. The huge Buddha shadow kowtowed once again, and a supreme Buddha voice resounded throughout the world. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The entire sky began to crack. Crack! Soon after, the densely packed rainbow light bridges collapsed into nothingness. The rainbow light old man let out a muffled groan and took a dozen steps back. His turbid old eyes were filled with both shock and fury. What? The rainbow light old man lost? Isn't that too fast? The surrounding people were in an uproar. The rogue cultivators who were looking forward to the rainbow light old man teaching Zhuo and a lesson were all stunned. Although the Rainbow Light Old Man had only mastered the law of rainbow light, he was still a saint of the Een Sky Saint realm. His cultivation level was one level higher than Zhuowen's. How could he lose in this exchange? Heroes come from the young. Looks like I'm really old. The Rainbow Light Old Man seemed to have aged 10 years after stabilizing his body. He took a deep look at Zhuowen, sighed, and left 9 nether heaven. The moment the Rainbow Light Old Man left, the rogue cultivators who had gathered scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay in front of Zhuowen. After dismissing these rogue cultivators who wanted to curry favor with Chao Rong, Zhuowen returned to his seat on the square platform of the divine Nether Realm. Zhuowen, do you really have a way to deal with this sky worm? Loz asked curiously. This sky worm was indeed amazing. It was very powerful, and it seemed to have the terrifying ability to devour martial artists for its own use. It was an extremely troublesome thing. Yes, this kid does have a way to deal with the sky worm. Before Zhuowen could speak, Yang Yi spoke up. He stared at Zhuowen with a smile and continued, Junior brother Zhuowen, with your current arcane realm, it's not enough to unleash the power of the slaughter of the god of war. If possible, I can help you. As soon as these words came out, Zhuowen suddenly stood up and stared at Yang Yi. A vast saint might surrounded his body, as if he was on guard against Yang Yi at all times. Junior brother Zhuowen, don't be so nervous. I've said that I'll tell you the truth when the time comes. Anyway, all you need to know now is that you and I are not enemies, Yang Yi said unhurriedly. Zhuowen's eyes flashed, and he nodded skeptically. Then he sat down on his seat. He really could not figure out how Yang Yi knew that he had the slaughter of the god of war. This slaughter of the god of war was naturally given to him by the Bai Fong. It had a great restraining effect on the sky worm, and the power of the slaughter of the god of war was also very terrifying. However, the slaughter of the god of war was quite mysterious. Zhuowen had been comprehending it before, so he had not used it. Other than the Bai Fong and him, there should not be a third person who knew that he had the slaughter of the god of war. But how could he not be surprised when Yang Yi suddenly spoke about the slaughter of the god of war? However, when he thought of all the things that Yang Yi had done before, he also knew that Yang Yi had no intention of harming him. Instead, he was helping him. Who are you? Zhuowen stared at Yang Yi and asked cautiously. You'll find out soon. The good show is about to end. Don't miss it. Yang Yi smiled and pointed at the battle in the center of 9 Serenities heaven. At this moment, the sky worm was becoming more and more violent. Every strike was able to break through the 9 Serenities' small worlds. On the other hand, Chao Rong was extremely miserable. The saint connotation in the scroll was almost exhausted, and the illusory image of the sky sage had also become transparent, as if it would collapse at any time. Zhuowen, you little bastard, Chao Rong, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. When the illusory figure was finally blasted into smithereens by the heavenly worm, Chao Rong let out an unwilling roar towards the sky. The scroll in his hand also shattered into pieces, and countless bone spikes pierced through his body. Uft. Chapter 15:10. The war god Atlas's might whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Chao Rong exploded into a bloody mist, countless tentacles rushed over and absorbed the bloody mist. How delicious! Chao Rong's flesh and blood is so delicious, as expected of a saint from the sun sky, saint realm. Tiangu grinned and laughed. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. The bone spurs on his back shook violently as if they were expressing the excitement in his heart. After absorbing Chao Rong's flesh and blood, Tiangu's aura became even more terrifying and vast, almost reaching the peak of the sky saint realm. the entire 9 netherworld heaven was filled with terrifying pressure. This pressure came from the heavenly insect. Countless creatures in the 9th netherworld realm trembled under this terrifying pressure, their hearts filled with fear. Tiangu's body was several times bigger than before. It was even bigger than Xiao Hei's 100,000 feet long dragon body. Chao Rong is dead. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He first glanced at Tiangu in the distance. Then his attention fell on Yang Yi as if he was asking for his opinion. Yang Yi was very mysterious and not simple. Moreover, he knew that he had the war god Atlas. He knew that Yang Yi must know how to deal with Tiangu. Zhuowen, I promised Sapphire Shore that I would torture you to death. After killing you, countless creatures in the 9 netherworld realm will become my nourishment. The celestial insect laughed loudly. His laughter was like thunder, rumbling like a great bell, exploding in the ears of countless creatures. It was extremely ear-piercing. At this moment, Tiangu's heart was filled with pride. His strength had reached the peak of the Sky Saint realm. He knew very well that if he devoured all the creatures in the 9 netherworld realm, he would transform again. At that time, his strength would probably reach the heaven-defying saint realm. The heaven-defying saint realm was the last minor realm of the Sky Saint realm. Once one reached this realm, they would have heaven-defying saint power. A saint whose cultivation base could reach the heaven-defying saint realm was a highly respected existence even in the central region. Of course, even if Tiangu's strength had reached the heaven-defying saint realm, he still didn't dare to go to the Chaos Temple in the central region. As one of the top forces in the central region, the Chaos Temple might have a terrifying saint realm expert. Even though celestial saint-level experts rarely appeared in the central plains, and even their whereabouts were hard to track down, celestial saint-level experts were extremely rare. However, that didn't mean they didn't exist. Tiangu knew that the Chaos Temple had more than one expert saint realm. Without sufficient preparation, Tiangu, there were too many saint realm experts, and the Chaos Temple's influence was the Chaos Temple. There was a huge risk of being captured if they entered the central plains. Boom, boom, boom. Tiangu's Tiangu was World Sky Saint Realm's Sky Heaven World. That studio was World Studio Realm. Studio. Tian Studio, wherever Tian Realm Studio. Tian 9. Heaven Saint Realm was a realm. Was realm. Was realm. Junior brother Zhuowen, summon your dragon soul. Let's charge forward and get rid of this little bug. Yang Yi crossed his legs and said calmly to Zhuowen, Senior brother Yang, are you sure you can deal with Tiangu? He just devoured Chao Rong. His strength is comparable to a saint at the peak of the Sky Saint realm. A Sky Saint realm saint was terrifying enough. Even Zhuowen wasn't a match for a Sky Saint realm saint. However, Yang Yi appeared to be extremely confident. This caused Zhuowen to be extremely puzzled. What are you afraid of? Also, don't forget to summon the Divine War Atlas. The Heavenly Worm Avatar has been sealed by the Divine War Atlas for hundreds of thousands of years. The Divine War Atlas can seal the Heavenly Worm Avatar again, Yang Yi said calmly. Zhuowen took a deep look at Yang Yi before he nodded and said, All right. As he spoke, a black light burst out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. The black light soared into the sky and turned into a black dragon. Come on up, Jianmu. Zhuowen jumped on the dragon's head and called out to Loz and Yang Yi. At the same time, his eyes fell on Jianmu. It wasn't that Zhuowen didn't want to call out to Jianmu, but Jianmu was only a half-step saint. In front of Tiangu, his cultivation was as small as an ant. It's okay. Jianmu can stay by my side. Tiangu can't hurt him. Yang Yi laughed and led Jianmu onto the dragon's head. Los followed closely behind. Roar! The black dragon roared, and the dragon's roar soared into the sky. The dragon's body twisted and soared into the sky, creating a 10,000-foot-long tornado. It was terrifying. How dare you take the initiative to come up? You're courting death. Tiangu sneered. The bone spurs on his back pierced into the void. Instantly, the bone spurs spread out like weeds. It looked terrifying. Boom! Blackie roared angrily and swung its dragon tail. Those bone spikes were swept away like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The Abyss Saint Dragon was an ancient existence. The remaining wisp of his soul became Zhuowen's dragon soul. Now that Zhuowen had reached the saint realm, the Abyss Saint Dragon had finally transformed. Although it wasn't as majestic as before, it was still much stronger than before. Boom, boom, boom. After shattering the countless bone spikes in the surroundings, the heavenly insect's huge body suddenly charged over. Blackie was caught off guard and was hit head-on. He retreated several tens of thousands of feet. Zhuowen, slaughter of the god of war. Yang Yi waved his sleeve, and a mighty force spread out around the dragon's head. The people who were swaying suddenly found their footing. Zhuowen knew that Yang Yi was mysterious and powerful. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the slaughter of the god of war. Boom, boom, boom. Massive steels fell from the sky. There were a total of 16 steels. Each steel had mysterious runes drawn on its surface. A mysterious aura leaked out from the steels. That old bastard Bai Feng's slaughter of the god of war? Tiangu's body stiffened. He stared at the 16 steels floating in the void with some fear. Back when he was trapped in the emperor's tomb by Bai Feng had used the slaughter of the god of war to suppress his core origin. Therefore, Tiangu still had some lingering fear when he saw the slaughter of the god of war again. Humph! Bai Feng is only a profound saint master. My clone was too weak back then. That's why that guy was able to seal it. Sky Worm regained his senses, his eyes glinting fiercely. His current strength was much stronger than before. Even a sky sage, realm saint might not be able to take him down, let alone a mere war god Tulu. Although Bai Feng is only a profound saint master, he has spent a lot of effort on the slaughter of the god of war. This thing is more than enough to suppress you. Yang Yi stomped his foot and landed on the steel in the center of the 16 steels, as if he had teleported. A strange look appeared in his eyes. War of heaven, war of earth, war of time. This is the war god of heaven and earth. It can be said to be immortal, Yang Yi murmured. He stomped his right foot. Immediately, the runes on the surface of the steel emitted a dazzling light. The light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the 15 steels that surrounded the central steel suddenly soared into the sky and fell toward Tiangu. Humph! A mere slaughter of the god of war dares to stop me? Tiangu coldly snorted. His blood-red eyes were filled with disdain. He suddenly swatted, and countless thin legs shot out. They formed a large hand that blotted out the sky and heavily smashed towards the 15 stone tablets that were rushing over. However, as the 15 steels fell, they were arranged in a strange trajectory. The runes on their surface released a strange energy. The 15 steels were connected by the power of the runes. If one looked closely, the 15 steels combined to form a vast and terrifying shadow of the god of war behind them. Rumble! The shadow of the god of war also extended a giant hand and swept toward Tiangu's giant hand. it had the power to cover the sky and cover the sun. When the two giant hands collided, there was a loud explosion. The aftermath of the annihilation spread out. The surrounding 9 netherworlds were affected and trembled violently. Crack! Crack! The Night Netherworld realm and the Martial Netherworld realm, which were closest to the battle, shook even more violently. Then, cracks began to appear on their surfaces. The cracks grew larger and larger. In the end, the 2 netherworlds collapsed. Countless creatures screamed and disappeared with the netherworlds. However, the powerful martial warriors of the 2 netherworld realms had foresight and had already retreated from the 2 netherworld realms. They had avoided this calamity, but they were not in a good state either. They were all more or less injured. The collapse of the 2 netherworlds shocked the other netherworlds. In an instant, many cultivators who could step out of 9 nether heaven left their netherworlds in fear. The Night Netherworld realm and the Martial Netherworld realm have collapsed. Most of the creatures inside are dead. Zhuowen, go and protect the other 7 netherworlds. Otherwise, the other netherworlds will also be in danger. Yang Yi transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He leaped and directed Xiao He to the other netherworlds. Xiao He's huge dragon body stood in front of the 7 netherworlds to protect them. Boom, boom, boom. Tiangu and the shadow of the god of war continued to fight. The terrifying aftermath of the battle spread out wildly, shaking countless creatures in 9 nether heaven. You don't understand the true power of the slaughter of the god of war. Tiangu. Yang Yi's eyes turned solemn. He stomped his right foot again. Under his control, the 16th stone tablet flew out and hit the shadow of the god of war heavily. Boom. In an instant, the shadow of the god of war's power increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Its body was more than 100,000 feet long. Crack! Tiangu's giant hand collapsed. The shadow of the god of war's giant hand crushed Tiangu like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Boom! Chapter 1511. The truth is revealed. How can the slaughter of the god of war be so terrifying? The heavenly insect struggled with all its might, its sharp screeches lingering in everyone's ears. Its voice was filled with fear, and the more it struggled, the tighter the light from the runes that shot out from the 16 stone tablets became. That depends on who has it. It's only so powerful because it's in my hands. Yang Yi descended from the sky like a peerless overlord. His gaze was as cold as a blade as he stomped his right foot on the stone steel. The runes on the surface of the stone steel glowed brightly, and the heavenly worm was constricted tightly, unable to move at all. Zhuowen was stunned when he saw this scene. The slaughter of the god of war could unleash such terrifying power in Yang Yi's hands. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the slaughter of the god of war that Yang Yi unleashed was even more terrifying than the Bai Feng's. So powerful, Lo's muttered in a low voice. Only Jian Mu, who was standing not far away from Zhuowen, remained expressionless. Even his gaze didn't fluctuate. Yang Yi formed a complicated and mysterious seal with his hands. Then, the 16 neatly arranged stone tablets swelled dozens of times in size. They stacked on top of each other and formed a stone coffin that was 100,000 feet wide. Yang Yi leaped onto the stone coffin and pressed his right palm against the surface of the stone coffin. A vast and mighty force spread out, and the huge stone coffin began to shrink continuously. Finally, it became the size of a palm and landed on Yang Yi's palm. Whoosh! After doing all this, Yang Yi yawned lazily and leaped in front of Zhuowen and the others. The heavenly worm was dealt with just like that. Zhuowen asked in disbelief, Yang Yi said lazily, "It's not completely dealt with. This thing's regenerative ability is too strong. It can't be completely eradicated. It can only be sealed." Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's gaze fell on Yang Yi's palm. He knew that the insufferably arrogant heavenly worm was sealed inside the stone coffin. What surprised him even more was that the slaughter of the god of war actually turned into a stone coffin. This was something he didn't expect. "Zhuowen, this battle god catalog has a heavenly insect sealed within it, so I'm afraid I can't give it to you right now. How about this? I'll compensate you with a holy artifact of the same value." Yang Yi suddenly said to Zhuowen, "Holy treasure? What level of holy treasure?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The Yang Yi in front of him was too mysterious. After the battle with the heavenly insect, he knew that Yang Yi's identity was definitely not simple. It should not be strange that he had a sacred treasure. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He took out a palm-sized tile from his sleeve and tossed it to Zhuowen. Looking at the tile in his hand, the veins on Zhuowen's forehead bulged. This ordinary tile was actually a holy treasure. Were they kidding him? Thinking of this, Zhuowen was about to fly into a rage when Yang Yi slowly said, "This tile has existed in the seclusion place of a heaven-defying saint saint for tens of thousands of years. It is filled with the saint's saint essence, and its power is extremely extraordinary. The holy artifact of a heaven-defying saint. Zhuowen was stunned, surprised, and delighted. He urged his saint power and poured it into the tile. Suddenly, countless saint inscriptions on the surface of the tile intertwined, and a vast saint power soared into the sky. The ninth serenity heaven was almost pierced by this saint power, and countless golden rain burst out, bright and gorgeous. In the endless golden rain, a majestic and terrifying phantom stepped out. This phantom had the demeanor of an immortal, but its facial features were blurry. Its hands were behind its back, and it was motionless like a mountain, but it had a terrifying aura that deterred the world. As soon as this phantom appeared, countless creatures in the ninth serenity realm knelt on the ground. The power of a heaven-defying saint was not something that anyone could withstand. Even Zhuowen felt a terrifying pressure the moment this phantom appeared. His knees bent slightly, and there was a metallic taste in his throat. So terrifying. This is the power of a heaven-defying saint stage. So strong. The heavenly worm's power was already terrifying enough, but the majestic figure that came out of the tile was much more terrifying than the heavenly worm. Zhuowen knew that this was the power of a heaven-defying saint stage, which was much more terrifying than a sky saint stage. However, what surprised Zhuowen even more was that Yang Yi was able to take out this tile. Yang Yi was only the eldest disciple of the Fine Gods Institute, so how could he take out such a terrifying saint artifact? Moreover, the terrifying power that he displayed when he suppressed the heavenly worm was truly earth-shattering. This tile should be enough to exchange for your war god atlas, right? Yang Yi said with a smile. Yes, it's enough. Zhuowen nodded slightly, but hesitated. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. Go sit on the square platform first, and I'll slowly explain them to you, Yang Yi said with a smile. All right. Thus, the four of them returned to their seats on the square platform. Countless creatures in the ninth netherworld realm heaved a sigh of relief when they discovered that the heavenly worm was suppressed. Zhuowen and Yang Yi's names spread like wildfire to the surroundings. Many creatures in the ninth netherworld realm even worshipped Zhuowen and Yang Yi as their saviors. Of course, all of this was in the future. Who exactly are you? As soon as he sat down, Zhuowen immediately asked the question that had been in his heart for a long time. Don't you have any guesses? Yang Yi smiled slightly and gently clenched his right hand. Countless cracks appeared in the void beside his armrest, like a spider web. As far as I know, in the Fine Gods Institute, there was once a senior who comprehended the void celestial scripture and mastered the void law. Zhuowen stared at Yang Yi and said word by word, and this senior's name is Yuan Ji. Yang Yi's lips curled into a smile, and his smile was like 100 flowers blooming. In the end, he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, his laughter becoming more and more unbridled. "What are you laughing at?" Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked, "Yang Yi is me, and Yuan Ji is also me." Yang Yi stopped laughing and said unfathomably, "Back then, Yuan Ji was you, and now Yang Yi is also you. Then who are you?" Zhuowen felt that Yang Yi's words were strange and couldn't help but ask, "Back then, I did enter the Fine Gods Institute with the identity of Yuan Ji. My purpose was to comprehend the void celestial scripture. Later on, I succeeded in comprehending the void law, so I left." Yang Yi smiled and continued, 20 years ago, I entered the Fine Gods Institute again. This time, my identity is Yang Yi. This time, I came with a mission." "What mission?" Zhuowen asked. "Take away the heavenly worm avatar. This is my mission as Yang Yi." Yang Yi said indifferently. Hearing that, Zhuowen's frown deepened. He realized that Yang Yi's words didn't reach the main point, and he was even a little confused. "In other words, Yang Yi and Yuan Ji are both you, but they are your aliases, and your mission is to take away the heavenly worm avatar. Then you are also from the primal chaos temple." Zhuowen's gaze hardened. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "I am not a member of the primal chaos temple. If I were, do you think I would help you send Chao Rong, that scum, to Tiangu?" However, taking away the heavenly worm avatar was indeed entrusted to me by a big shot from the primal chaos temple. I don't know where that trash Chao Rong got the news from, but he came purely to steal the credit. At this point, Yang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Clearly, this guy had come with the goal of tricking Chao Rong. However, thinking about it, Yang Yi had come to the Eastern Land 20 years ago to take away the heavenly worm. Now that Chao Rong had come, he wanted to steal his target. It would be strange if Yang Yi was happy. Also, the primal chaos temple isn't the only big force in the Central Land. It's just that the primal chaos temple is the oldest among the big forces in the Central Land. Now, there are many new forces in the Central Land that are not much weaker than the primal chaos temple. For example, the 9 holy talisman clans are huge forces at the same level as the primal chaos temple. In addition, there are the 4 major battlefield forces that are not much weaker. Yang Yi said lazily, "The 9 holy talisman clans." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the 9 holy talisman clans to exist in the Central Land. Although he didn't know much about the 9 holy talisman clans, from the name alone, he could tell that the 9 holy talisman clans were powerful forces that had inherited the 9 holy talisman clans. When you were refining the Ice Flame Holy Talisman in the Ice and Fire Dual Pole Palace, you should have met that guy, right? You were lucky that he didn't succeed in taking over your body. In the end, you succeeded in refining the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's origin. Yang Yi's sudden words made Zhuowen's heart skip a beat. He stared at Yang Yi sharply. He didn't know why Yang Yi knew that he had taken the Ice Flame Holy Talisman, and that there was a powerful nascent soul in the origin of the Holy Talisman who wanted to take over his body. Don't be so vigilant. I don't mean you any harm. Back then, I extracted all the remaining ice and fire energy in the Ice and Fire Dual Pole Palace and transferred it to you. Have you forgotten? Yang Yi said with a smile. You were the mysterious man back then. Zhuowen was stunned. Then he suddenly understood. Although he didn't see the mysterious man's real body, he knew that he had mastered the law of void. Yang Yi also mastered the law of void. Therefore, when the two were combined, it was obvious that the mysterious man was Yang Yi. Your reaction is quite fast. You owe me a lot. It's only right that you return the War God catalog to me. Yang Yi smiled and continued. The poor nascent soul that merged with the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's origin was a core disciple of the Ice and Fire clan, one of the 9 Holy Talisman clans. This guy was obsessed with the Ice Flame Holy Talisman. He stole the Ice Flame Holy Talisman from his clan and fled. However, the Ice Flame Holy Talisman is the core treasure of the Ice and Fire clan. Not long after this guy stole it, he was chased by several heavenly saints of the Ice and Fire clan. Even an old celestial saint from the Ice and Fire clan used extraordinary means to capture most of the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's origin. Chapter 1512. Descending into the dragon spirit realm, Zhuan was stunned. He did not expect that the nascent soul stage cultivator on the 18th level of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace was a core disciple of the Ice and Fire clan, one of the 9 great Saint Talisman clans of the Central Region. He also did not expect that the disciple of the Ice and Fire clan would be so obsessed with stealing the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman. Moreover, from Yang Yi's words, Zhuan could tell that the Ice and Fire clan had a terrifying celestial sage old monster. The celestial sage old monster was a legendary existence in the Eastern region, which did not even have a sky saint stage saint. It was an unreachable existence. Since the Ice and Fire clan had a celestial sage old monster, it was not hard to imagine that the other 8 great Saint Talisman clans, the 4 major battlefields, and the famous chaotic divine temple would also have such a terrifying existence. The Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace's Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman is also incomplete. Zhuan asked with an ugly expression. Zhuan did not expect that the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman he had painstakingly found was also incomplete. Moreover, from Yang Yi's words, most of the origin of the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman had been captured by the celestial sage old monster in the Ice and Fire clan. In other words, the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman in his hands was only a small part. At the same time, he also thought of the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman on him. He had obtained the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman from the ancient cave mansion, and the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman was also part of the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman. Could it be that the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman's Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman was in the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman in the Central Region? Although he had many questions about the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman, he did not ask Yang Yi. Yang Yi already knew that he had the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman. If he revealed the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman, Yang Yi might be tempted. Of course it's not complete. If that guy could bring out the complete Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman, he wouldn't have ended up as a talisman spirit. Yang Yi shook his head and continued, most of the Ice-Fire holy symbols are still in the Ice-Fire family. However, if you head to the Middle Continent, you'd better be careful of the Ice-Fire clan. The theft of the Ice-Fire Saint Talisman is an extremely humiliating matter for that clan, and for so many years they've been searching for the stolen part of the holy symbol of Ice-Fire. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I think it's best if you use the power of the holy symbol of Ice-Fire cautiously in the Central Plains. Zhuan nodded solemnly. Although he had never seen the Ice-Fire clan before, he knew that they were not a force he could afford to offend. That's right, Senior Brother Yang. I saw you give me the Holy Talisman Basic Usage Manual. Could it be that you also have a Holy Talisman on you? Zhuan asked curiously. Yang Yi smiled faintly and did not answer Zhuan's question. When the latter saw Yang Yi's attitude, he knew that the former did not want to reveal this matter. After all, this matter was considered a private matter. Zhuowen, I've already told you what I need to tell you. I'll be leaving the Eastern Land soon. I hope you won't tell Yanji and the other old men about me. Otherwise, it will give me a headache, Yang Yi suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded and said, Senior brother Yang Yi, don't worry. I won't gossip about this matter. That's good. Finally, Jianmu has something to say. You two can have a chat, Yang Yi said, and retreated to the side. Jianmu, who had been standing behind him like an indomitable sword, took a step forward and stood in front of Zhuowen. He stared at Zhuowen for a while with a ruthless gaze, then said, Go to the Burning Heaven sect and bring Chen Shui back. I'll wait for you in the Central Plains. Zhuowen was taken aback, then smiled. Although Jianmu's words were cold and even a little impolite, he could feel the former's concern for Mu Chenxue. Even if you don't say it, I'll bring her back. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His gaze pierced through the nine nether heaven and looked in the direction of the southern wilderness. His eyes were filled with determination. Ryuka's influence had already grown, and its power had even surpassed the Blue Dragon Hall. The Burning Heaven sect's power was not much greater than the Blue Dragon Hall's. The most important thing was that Zhou Tianzong's cultivation was quite high. He was already a powerful saint in the Yang Sky's sacred realm. I hope so, if you can't bring Chen Shui back. Jianmu, will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. If Chen Shui is injured because of you, I'll cut you down no matter where you are. After saying this, Jianmu slowly retreated behind Yang Yi, no longer looking at Zhuowen. Junior apprentice brother Zhuowen, I'm sure we'll meet again in the Central Plains. Yang Yi let out a long laugh. With a wave of his sleeve, the space in front of him crumbled. After that, Yang Yi brought Jianmu along and stepped into the space tunnel. His figure quickly disappeared. Jianmu's temper is still so bad. Seeing the two disappear, Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. Although Jianmu did not give him any face, he knew that Jianmu did not have any ill intentions towards him. Jianmu even gave up his chance to become a saint and gave his golden patterns to Zhuowen, allowing Xiaohe to successfully transform. This Yang Yi is very powerful. I'm afraid he's a disciple or an expert of some great force in the Central Plains. Xiaohe transformed back into Xiaohe's dog form and squatted on Zhuowen's shoulder. Xiaohe's eyes were rolling around. Yes, Yang Yi and Yuanji are his aliases. I really don't know his true identity. Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. Since Yang Yi was unwilling to reveal his origin, he could not force him to say it. When you reach the Central Plains, you will definitely come into contact with him again. At that time, you will know his true identity, Xiaohe said lazily. Zhuowen nodded slightly. As long as he continued to move forward and climb the peak of the Martial Way, all the mysteries would eventually appear. Let's summon Martial Granduncle Yanji and the others first. With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the door of the Azure Dragon Hall opened again. 6 figures rushed out. These 6 figures were naturally Yanji, Jiangxian Wenbai, and the 3 demon saints led by Zhao Jun. When the 6 of them came out, their eyes were confused. After Zhuowen took them into the Azure Dragon Hall, he immediately cut off the connection between the Azure Dragon Hall and the outside world. Therefore, the 6 of them did not know what had happened in the outside world. Naturally, the 6 of them did not know about Yang Yi. Zhuowen, where is Sky Worm? Yanji looked around and asked curiously. He has been taken away, Zhuowen answered ambiguously. Taken away? Who? Could it be Lord Chaorong? Yanji asked in shock. Zhuowen rubbed his nose and said without blushing, You can say that. Later on, the reinforcements from the Primal Chaos Temple came and sealed the Sky Worm in one fell swoop before taking it away. So it was the people from the Primal Chaos Temple. No wonder. Hearing Zhuowen's nonsense, Yan Ji and the others nodded. Of course, when Yan Ji and the others returned to their respective nether realms, they would soon know the truth. After all, the matter of Yang Yi and Zhuowen working together to seal the Skyworm was already known to everyone in the 9 Nether Realm. Since the matter of the Skyworm is over, I will return to the demon Nether Realm to tidy up. Hearing that the Skyworm had been completely sealed, Zhao Jun's eyes were indifferent. After saying this, she ignored Zhuowen and Yan Ji and left 9 Nether Heaven. Zhuowen, what do you plan to do next? At this moment, Yan Ji's face was also relaxed as he asked Zhuowen. Settle down, Marie Yuka. In the future, there will be no blue dragon hall in the Dragon Nether Realm. Only Ryuka, Zhuowen said indifferently. Yan Ji's eyes turned cold. Previously, Zhuowen had summoned close to 10,000 Ryuka disciples, including many saints and half-saints. In an instant, they had broken into the Blue Dragon Hall's headquarters and wiped out the Blue Dragon Hall. Most likely, the Blue Dragon Hall was now a pile of ruins. The overlord of the 9 Nether Realm had ended up in such a state. It was indeed lamentable. The Night Nether Realm and Martial Nether Realm have already collapsed in the previous battle. Now, there are only 7 Nether Realm small worlds left in the 9 Nether Realm, Zhuowen said with a smile. What? The Night Nether Realm and Martial Nether Realm have been destroyed. Yan Ji's eyes were filled with shock as he turned to look in the direction of the Night Nether Realm and Martial Nether Realm. Indeed, there was only dust and rubble left. There were no traces of the 2 Nether Realms. The Heavenly Worm is indeed a disaster. If the Heavenly Worm continues to wreak havoc, I'm afraid the 9 Nether Realms will be finished. Yan Ji sighed. At the same time, he was glad that nothing had happened to the divine Nether Realm in this disaster. That's right. The Heavenly Worm is a disaster. Zhuowen also sighed and said, Martial Granduncle Yan Ji, I'll bring the Ryuka to the Dragon Nether Realm first. In the future, the Dragon Nether Realm will be our Ryuka's base. Go ahead. If you need any help, feel free to come to the Divine Nether Realm to find me. As long as it's within my power, the Divine Institute will definitely help, Yan Ji said with a smile. Zhuowen cupped his hands and summoned the Blue Dragon Hall into his sleeves. With a leap, he landed in the Dragon Nether Realm. The Dragon Nether Realm was several times larger than the Divine Nether Realm. Although many Ryuka martial artists had descended, they were only targeting the Blue Dragon Hall. The Ryuka did not wantonly destroy the other living beings in the Dragon Nether Realm. Hence, the Dragon Nether Realm did not look as desolate as one would expect. When Zhuowen landed in the Dragon Nether Realm, countless living beings inside trembled. Some even knelt on the ground, not daring to look at Zhuowen. Many living beings in the Dragon Nether Realm had seen the battle in the 9 Nether Heaven clearly. They knew just how terrifying the power of this harmless youth before them was. Even the nearly 10,000 martial artists that had descended were sent by this youth with a wave of his hand. From then on, the Blue Dragon Hall had been razed to the ground and disappeared. Zhuowen didn't care about the terrified beings in the Dragon Wasteland. He flew all the way and landed at the Azure Dragon Hall's headquarters. Looking down at the ruins below, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the Blue Dragon Hall's ruins were covered in blood and corpses. All the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall had been killed by the Ryuka martial artists that Zhuowen had sent out. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1513. Big Dipper's 7 Dragons Formation. The problem of the Heavenly Worms has been solved. The Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, is dead, and the Blue Dragon Hall has been annihilated. From now on, The dragon spirit realm will not respect the blue dragon hall, only the Ryuka. If there is anyone who doesn't obey, the blue dragon hall will serve as a warning. Zhuo Wen kicked off the ground and shot into the sky of the dragon wasteland. Looking down at the countless living beings in the dragon wasteland, his voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. Countless living beings in the dragon spirit realm looked at each other. Even those who had been in the dragon spirit realm for a long time looked at each other. We are willing to respect the Ryuka as the master of the dragon spirit realm. The wills of countless living beings spread out like a spiderweb, deriving from it. When they sensed the terrifying strength of the Ryuka army and the ruins of the Blue Dragon Hall, everyone's hearts trembled as they bowed. Even the Blue Dragon Hall had been annihilated by the Ryuka, not to mention them, who were weaker than the Blue Dragon Hall, tens of thousands of feet high in the sky. Zhuo Wen's cold gaze quietly surveyed the surroundings before retracting his gaze and slowly landing on the group of people from the Long family. Zhuo Wen, you did it. You really uprooted the Blue Dragon Hall. You are a great man of the Ryuka, and also the greatest benefactor of the Ryuka. An emotional voice sounded. Zhuo Xiangding led Zhuo Baitian, Zhuo Dingtian, and the other core members of the Zhuo family to Zhuo Wen. They were the current leaders of the Ryuka. Zhuo Xiangding was so emotional that he held Zhuo Wen's hands. His old eyes were brimming with tears, and he couldn't even finish his sentence. Zhuo Dingtian, Zhuo Baitian, and the other leaders were so emotional that they were trembling. They stared at Zhuo Wen, not knowing what to say. Grandfather, don't forget that I am also a descendant of the Ryuka. As a member of the Ryuka, I naturally have the duty to help the Ryuka rise, Zhuo Wen said with a smile. Lord Longwen is wise. Countless Ryuka people around him got down on one knee, and their voices echoed throughout the ruins of the Blue Dragon Hall. All the living beings in the dragon spirit realm looked up at Lord Ryuka. They all looked at him with awe and fear. Long Tian. Zhuo Wen nodded slightly and said softly. Long Tian walked out from the crowd and got down on one knee in front of Zhuo Wen. He said respectfully, Lord Longwen, do you have any orders for me? Take this imperial edict and go around the dragon spirit realm. Tell the world that the dragon spirit realm has changed hands and will respect the Ryuka. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. With that, Zhuo Wen waved his right hand and took out a jade-colored scroll from his spiritual ring. He unfurled it and pointed his right hand in the air. His immortal chi filled the air. An unconcealable divine aura filled the sky above the dragon spirit realm. When the words kill appeared on the last line of the scroll, a blood-red murderous aura surged out. What a terrifying murderous aura! Many Ryuka people got down on one knee and trembled. This murderous aura was too terrifying. After coming into contact with this murderous aura, they could clearly feel the fear of a sharp blade against their throats. Whoosh! The scroll closed and the murderous aura disappeared. It floated down from the sky and landed in Long Tian's hands. Long Tian's face was solemn, and he gripped the scroll tightly. He shouted excitedly, Thank you, Lord Longwen. Long Tian will not let you down. With that, Long Tian stood up and shouted to the Ryuka people, 10 half-sages, step forward and follow me to the dragon spirit realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he said that, 10 figures with terrifying auras rushed out from the Ryuka people. They said in unison, We are willing to follow Lord Long Tian. After Long Tian left with the 10 half-sages, Long Xiaotian rushed to Zhuo Wen's side and said, Zhuo Wen, when the Ryuka people attacked the Blue Dragon Hall, they slaughtered almost all the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall. However, they discovered that the Blue Dragon Hall was different. Oh, there's another world? Zhuo Wen was stunned and looked at Long Xiaotian in surprise. You will know when you follow me." Long Xiaotian said in a low voice, and Zhuowen's interest was piqued. Long Xiaotian's serious expression meant that he must have discovered something important. Zhuowen gave some instructions to Zhuo Xiangding and the rest, and then arranged for the Ryuka people to deal with the Blue Dragon Hall. After that, he followed Long Xiaotian. Zhuo Xiangding and the rest were curious, but Zhuowen had instructed them not to follow. After all, this was the headquarters of the Blue Dragon Hall. No one knew if there were any dangers lurking inside. The strongest people in the Ryuka were Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. It was undoubtedly the best decision for the two of them to scout ahead. The Blue Dragon Hall was located in the center of the Dragon Netherworld. If one looked down from above, they would see that the center of the Dragon Netherworld was a basin. The massive dragon-shaped building, which was tens of thousands of feet tall, was suspended in the air above the basin by a powerful array. It was as lifelike as a real dragon. Long Xiaotian led Zhuowen from the dragon's head to the dragon's body, all the way to the dragon's tail. Finally, they jumped down from the top of the building and landed in the basin below the Blue Dragon Hall. In the center of the basin below the Blue Dragon Hall, there is a different world. Previously, when the Ryuka disciples were hunting the ancient martial artists in the Blue Dragon Hall, a little fellow accidentally discovered it. Long Xiaotian took a step forward and walked to the center of the basin. In the center, there was a stone pillar that was 20 feet tall. The stone pillar was dozens of feet thick, and there were many patterns on its surface. It looked extremely complicated and mysterious. Previously, I used my divine will to investigate the area under the stone pillar. I discovered that there is a huge space underground. However, there is an extremely powerful array below the stone pillar. This array is very strong and sturdy, so I did not dare to open it. Long Xiaotian pointed at the stone pillar as he spoke to Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen was an arcana master and would be more proficient in array formations than he was. This was why he did not dare to use brute force to break the array formation below the stone pillar. Zhuowen slowly walked to the front of the stone pillar and placed his right hand on the top of the stone pillar. The vast immortal energy in his Naiwen palace flowed from his palm and began to seep into the stone pillar. Ever since he had broken through to become a saint, his origin energy had completely transformed into saint energy. When he reached the great heavenly arcana master realm, his spiritual energy had also completely transformed into immortal energy. Therefore, there were only two types of energy left in Zhuowen's body. They were immortal energy and saint energy. After circulating his immortal energy around the stone pillar, Zhuowen's eyes became serious. He said, "There is indeed an array formation below the stone pillar, and this array formation is not weak. This array is called the 7 Dragons of the Big Dipper Array. It is arranged by 7 flood dragon arrays in the direction of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It has the power to trap dragons and lock the sky. It has the offensive power to burn the sky and boil the sea. It also has a defense that is as strong as iron. It is a powerful array formation that combines both offense and defense. 7 dragons of the Big Dipper Array. Is there a way to break it? Can you break it with brute force?" Long Xiaotian asked in surprise. "Of course you can break it with brute force. However, after this array is broken, the 7 flood dragon arrays will backfire. You will have to bear the attack of the entire array. The loss outweighs the gain. I can break it, but it will take some time." Zhuowen's eyes were serious. His sea of consciousness was inherited from the Bai Fong, and he also had the knowledge that the Bai Fong had accumulated over the years. He naturally recognized the 7 dragons of the Big Dipper Array and knew how to break it. "Father, help me collect the spiritual medicine and materials on this. To break this array, I need to set up a cracking array. Zhuowen handed Long Xiaotian a piece of paper and said seriously. Long Xiaotian took the paper and found that he didn't recognize most of the names and materials written on it. He couldn't help but be surprised. But no matter how surprised he still carefully received the paper, and then he swiftly left this place to prepare the spirit herbs and materials on the paper for Zhuowen. The 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array. The 7 flood dragon arrays in this array formation have almost all transformed into true dragons. How much dragon souls and blood did it absorb to transform so thoroughly? Zhuowen sat cross-legged in front of the stone pillar. He stared at the stone pillar with murderous intent. He already had some guesses about the 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array below the stone pillar. It was because of this that his murderous intent spread like a storm. Long Xiaotian moved quickly. In half a month, he had collected all the materials that Zhuowen needed. Zhuowen, these are the materials you need. Long Xiaotian tossed a spirit ring to Zhuowen with his right hand. Zhuowen held the spirit ring in his hand. With a thought, he roughly scanned the items in the spirit ring. In the end, he nodded. All the materials he needed were gathered. "Father, you've worked hard," Zhuowen said with a smile. "It's nothing. However, I'm very curious. How are you going to break this 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array?" Long Xiaotian asked curiously. "Breaking an array with an array. This array is called the Dragon Sealing Scripture Array." As Zhuowen spoke, he waved his sleeve and poured out all the materials in the spirit ring. Soon after, the 9 flames karmic fire burst out and enveloped all the materials. Under the constant burning of the 9 flames karmic fire, the materials started to melt into a liquid. The liquid was black like ink. Whoosh! After the materials were refined into liquid, Zhuowen took out many sparkling and translucent origin crystals from the spirit ring. The origin crystals flew into the flames, and the black liquid started to merge with the origin crystals. Under the burning of the flames, the translucent origin crystals started to turn black. A total of 18 origin crystals were arranged in a strange manner in the air. A huge, bowl-shaped figure that covered the sky appeared. This huge, bowl-shaped figure possessed an extremely strong sealing power. It was as if it could trap everything in the world. Break. When Zhuowen finally refined the array, Zhuowen smashed his right palm on the stone pillar, turning it into dust. Roar. A deafening dragon roar burst out from the bottom of the stone pillar. Then, huge dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long rose from the bottom. There were 7 of them. The huge blue dragon hall trembled violently under the influence. Many of the Ryuka disciples who were cleaning up the mess in the blue dragon hall were shocked and frightened. How are these flood dragons? They are true dragons. Chapter 15:14. Experiment. The 7 dragons formation has absorbed too much blood. After a few thousand years of nurturing, they have turned into dragons and turned into 7 true dragon formations. Zhuowen wore a stern look as he continued. So what if it's a true dragon formation? Even the true dragon formation will be suppressed by the dragon imprisoning sutra formation. Zhuowen leapt into the air. Immortal force circled his fingertips as he tapped the air. The dragon imprisoning sutra formation looming over the sky suddenly came crashing down. Roar! The 7 true dragons soared into the sky with overwhelming dragon auras. They were going to soar into the sky and destroy the world. However, the dragon imprisoning sutra formation was a formation that suppressed dragons. Even though the dragon's formation had evolved into a true dragon formation and was a lot stronger, it was nothing compared to the terrifying power of the dragon imprisoning sutra formation. Rumble! The enormous bowl loomed over the 7 true dragons. Even though the true dragons kept roaring and struggling, they eventually fell to the ground and submitted to the powerful sealing force of the dragon imprisoning sutra formation. Crack! The moment the true dragons submitted to the dragon imprisoning sutra formation, a huge hole appeared where the pillars were. A bloody aura surged into the sky with a fishy smell. On top of it, the bloody aura was mixed with an eerie and powerful grudge. Such a strong bloody aura, it feels like a slaughterhouse, Long Xiaotian frowned and blurted out, "Suppress." Zhuowen controlled the dragon imprisoning sutra formation to suppress the bloody aura. He entered the hole with a gloomy look, while Long Xiaotian followed closely behind. The air in the cave was damp and smelled fishy. The grudge was wreaking havoc in the air, as if it was trying to disturb Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. However, with their current cultivation, it was impossible for the grudge to disturb them. Thus they were able to pass through the cave without any hindrance. What was surprising was that the walls of the passageway were blood red in color. It looked extremely mournful and terrifying. At the end of the cave was a huge natural cave. However, when Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian arrived at the cave, their figures stiffened. The spacious cave was filled with corpses. Some of the corpses were old and yellowed, indicating that they had been dead for a long time. Some of the corpses were still stained with blood. It was obvious that they had only died a few years ago. Numerous corpses were piled up in the center of the cave. The rocks around the cave were a bright red color. It was a ghastly sight. These are the corpses of the Ryuka's descendants. Zhuowen took a deep breath. He had mentioned dragons Ryuka. He had mentioned that he had carried out cruel experiments of the Ryuka descendants of the Ryuka dragon clan. The dragon imprisoning sutra formation was the Ryuka dragon. Dragon imprisoning, dragon was dragon. Thousands of our brethren were all killed here. Long Xiaotian clenched his fists and said with a murderous aura, "It's a pity that letting the heavenly worm devour them was too easy for that sapphire shore. Otherwise, I would have let him have a taste of what it's like to wish for death." Zhuowen said coldly, "This cave is huge. Let's search around and see if there's anything else inside." Long Xiaotian suggested. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them began to search the cave. Behind the pile of corpses, Zhuowen found a long table. There was a small mountain of bamboo slips on the table. The surface of these bamboo slips was blood red, as if they had been dyed red by blood. Zhuowen unfolded the bamboo slips and casually looked through them. He realized that they were basically records of the experiments conducted by the Blue Dragon Hall over the past few thousand years. They even recorded the various reactions and failure rates of the experiments. A bunch of bullshit. Zhuowen clenched his right hand. The long table and the bamboo slips on it were set ablaze and burned to ashes. The Blue Dragon Hall did not treat the descendants of Ryuka as humans. They conducted such inhumane experiments here. As a descendant of Ryuka, Zhuowen was naturally furious. "Zhuowen, there's a secret door here." Suddenly, Long Xiaotian called out to Zhuowen. Zhuowen quickly walked over. At this moment, Long Xiaotian was standing on the left side of the cave. There was a secret door in front of him. "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them walked through the secret door and found a small dark room. The furnishings of this room were extremely simple. There was a long table and a row of double shelves. In between the shelves, there were rows of transparent glass tubes. Every glass tube had a different color. There were yellow, green, gold, black, and many other colors. Zhuowen took a glass tube and saw that it was filled with a green liquid. In the liquid, there was a small green snake swimming around. "Is this a dragon?" Zhuowen quickly noticed that the small snake had 2 horns on its head. When the dragon's eyes opened and closed, there was a strong dragon aura. These are the extracted dragon souls. Long Xiaotian suddenly said. Unknowingly, he was holding a scroll in his hand. When the scroll was opened, it was filled with densely packed words. These are the dragon souls extracted from the Ryuka descendants in the Blue Dragon Hall's experiments. The purpose is to provide for oneself to devour or to transplant the dragon souls into the bodies of the outstanding disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall to become dragon soul martial artists. As he spoke, Long Xiaotian passed the scroll to Zhuowen, and the latter roughly looked through the contents of the scroll. There are more than 30 bottles of dragon souls on this shelf. It seems that the failure rate of the Blue Dragon Hall's dragon soul extraction method is very high. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. Thousands of Ryuka descendants were only able to extract so few dragon souls. This showed how high the failure rate of the extraction method was. Zhuowen, this scroll mentions the method of transplanting dragon souls. There are more than 30 bottles of dragon souls here. With this transplanting method, the Ryuka can create 30 dragon soul martial artists. Long Xiaotian said enthusiastically, Father is right. You will take care of these dragon souls first. When the time comes, if there are any outstanding disciples in the clan who have not awakened their dragon souls, you can bestow these dragon souls to them and let them become dragon soul martial artists. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the 30 glass tubes on the shelf fell into his palm, and then passed them to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian did not stand on ceremony, and carefully kept the glass tubes in his spirit ring. After leaving the cave, Zhuowen once again buried the 7 true dragon arrays at the entrance of the cave. As for the bones of the thousands of Ryuka descendants in the cave, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian carefully cremated them one by one, and carefully placed the ashes of each martial artist into an urn. He was prepared to bring the ashes of these Ryuka descendants back to Ryuka and let them rest in peace. After walking out of the cave, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian had heavy hearts. Zhuowen, Ryuka will eventually return to its peak. When the time comes, Ryuka will regain its former glory. You have already done something that none of us could do. I believe that you will do even better in the future. Long Xiaotian patted Zhuowen's shoulder and grinned brightly. Looking at the smile on Long Xiaotian's face, Zhuowen was startled and immediately grinned. Father is right. Ryuka will be better in the future. After speaking, Zhuowen's gaze looked through the sky and fell in the direction of the southern barbarian. He said deeply, Father, I think it's time to settle our long-cherished wish. Long Xiaotian's gaze also landed on the south. He said, Indeed, it's time to end this. We have to take back the seeds that were planted back then. When do you plan to go to the southern barbarian? Long Xiaotian asked with a smile. After the reorganization of Ryuka, we will set off for the southern barbarian. This time, we must turn the burning heaven sect upside down and cause chaos, Zhuowen said. Long Xiaotian laughed and said, That's exactly what I wanted. 10 days later, Long Xiaotian brought 10 half-step saints back to the former site of the Blue Dragon Hall. He knelt on one knee in front of Zhuowen and said respectfully, Honorable Lord Longwen, all the forces and martial artists in the Dragon Wasteland intend to worship our Ryuka and are willing to worship us as the #1 force in the Dragon Wasteland. Long Xiaotian, you have worked hard. This is a peerless immortal pill, the Supreme Saint Gold Pill. Take it as your reward. Zhuowen nodded, took out a golden pill, and gave it to Long Xiaotian with a flick of his finger. Although Zhuowen had only taken out 3 Supreme Saint Gold pills back then, after becoming a saint, Zhuowen went to the pill house again and took out some more Supreme Saint Gold pills, as well as other peerless immortal pills. Carefully receiving the Supreme Saint Gold pill, Long Xiaotian excitedly bowed and said, Many thanks for the reward, Lord Longwen. The 10 half-step saints standing behind Long Xiaotian had envious looks on their faces. The Supreme Saint Gold Pill was a peerless immortal pill that could raise a profound sage by a small realm. It was a priceless pill that couldn't be bought even with money. The 10 of you have also contributed. Take these 10 high-grade immortal pills, cultivate well, and contribute more to Ryuka in the future. You won't be short of resources. Zhuowen naturally wouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out 10 high-grade immortal pills and gave them to the 10 half-step saints. The 10 half-step saints were ecstatic. They bowed again, and then happily received the 10 high-grade immortal pills. After Long Xiaotian and the others left, Long Xiaotian came behind Zhuowen and said with a smile, "In the future, our Ryuka headquarters will be built on the old site of the Blue Dragon Hall. We just need to renovate it a little. This place is not bad." Zhuowen nodded and said to Long Xiaotian, "Father, I plan to go to the divine Nether Realm first. After I come back, I will go to the Blue Dragon Hall again. At that time, I will take out a suitable Ascended Saint artifact for you." Long Xiaotian nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that Zhuowen had some friends in the divine Nether Realm. This time, he probably went back to reminisce and say goodbye. After all, he and Zhuowen were about to go to the southern barbarian lands. After Long Xiaotian gave some instructions to Zhuowen, Zhuowen left the dragon Nether Realm. Zhuowen, this kid, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Not long after Zhuowen left, several figures walked out from behind Long Xiaotian. The one in the lead was Zhuo Xiangding. "Father, big brother, second brother." Long Xiaotian turned around respectfully and said with a smile, "Why don't you take a look at whose son he is? How can he be useless?" Chapter 15:15. Reminiscence suddenly. Zhuo Xiaotian asked in a deep voice, "Xiaotian, are you and Zhuowen really planning to go to the Burning Sky sect?" For a moment, the atmosphere between the crowd became somewhat quiet. Long Xiaotian smiled and said, "Father, what will come will come. Whether it's me or Zhuowen, we have a reason to go to the Burning Heaven sect." Zhuo Xiangding sighed softly and said, "What an ill-fated relationship. That Zhou Qianzong is not simple. It is said that not only is he in the Yang Sky Saint stage, but he also has 2 Ascended Saint artifacts. He is terrifyingly strong and has also cultivated an external incarnation." "I know, Father. In my opinion, Zhuowen is even more complicated than Zhou Qianzong. This time, he will definitely be able to bring back Xiao and your granddaughter-in-law," Long Xiaotian said with a faint smile. Hearing Long Xiaotian's evaluation, Zhuo Xiangding and the others were moved. Although the matter of dealing with the heavenly insect was related to Zhuowen, it was said that the mysterious Yang Yi had sealed it. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only in the glimpse saint stage. There was still a big gap between him and the quintessential saint stage. Now that Long Xiaotian thought so highly of Zhuowen and believed that Zhuowen would definitely be able to bring back Feng Xiao and Mu Qinxue from the Burning Heaven sect, it was a little inconceivable. In front of Fine God Institute's mountain gate, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the magnificent 9 peaks with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, he had left Fine God Institute to chase after Mu Qinxue and was besieged by 6 saints because of the immortal saint artifact. In the end, he was forced to flee in panic like a stray dog. Counting the time in the outside world, more than 3 years had passed. However, Zhuowen had been in the Azure Dragon Hall's time law for several hundred years. This was an extremely long time, so when he arrived in front of Fine God Institute's mountain gate, Zhuowen revealed a trace of nostalgia. "Are you senior brother Zhuowen?" In front of the mountain gate, 2 young gatekeepers glanced at Zhuowen and couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhuowen!" Due to the matter of the immortal saint artifact, Zhuowen's name had resounded throughout the divine nether realm and even the 9 netherworld realm. Although the 2 gatekeepers didn't have a high status, they had seen Zhuowen's portrait before. Therefore, when they saw Zhuowen, they recognized him at a glance. "I'm back." Zhuowen smiled faintly. Soon after, he walked through the mountain gate in a very natural manner. The 2 disciples guarding the gate naturally did not stop him. Arriving at the heart of the 9 peaks, Zhuowen discovered that the heart of the 9 peaks was the same as before. There were people coming and going, and there were also many martial artists sparring. Everything seemed very peaceful. "Zhuowen, it's really you. It's been so many days, and you've only just returned to the Institute. Aren't you embarrassed?" As soon as Zhuowen entered the heart of the 9 peaks, a surprised voice came from behind him. Zhuowen turned his head and saw a rather sloppy middle-aged man in a long robe. "Old man Xiao, how have you been these 3 years?" Zhuowen sized up the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than the peak master of Ao Yuan Peak, Xiao Yu. He was also Zhuowen's master in name back then. "How else can I be?" Just like that. Come, follow me back to Ao Yuan Peak. I'll inform Martial Uncle Yanji and the others later. They seem to have something to ask you." Xiao Yu hurriedly pulled Zhuowen to Ao Yuan Peak. After bringing Zhuowen back to the dilapidated wooden house in the center of Ao Yuan Peak, he gave some instructions to Zhuowen and left in a hurry. Obviously, he was going to find Yanji. After a while, Xiao Yu brought Yanji, Jiangxian, and one by over in a rainbow. At the same time, Lu Hantian, Jia Nan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Mo Yen Wushang followed behind Yanji and the other 2. When the 5 of them saw Zhuowen, they were all delighted. Among them, Lu Hantian sped up and arrived in front of Zhuowen before everyone else. "Zhuowen, you're not kind. It's been more than 10 days, and you've only come to Jiaxin Institute to see us." Although Lu Hantian's words were somewhat reproachful, his tone was not at all reproachful. He patted Zhuowen's shoulder with both hands. His movements were very cautious. Not only Lu Hantian, but Jia Nan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Mo Yen Wushang also arrived. They stared at Zhuowen with joy and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen greeted them one by one. Hearing everyone's condolences, he felt warm in his heart. Yanji and the other 2 landed not far away. They did not disturb Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, and the others. They just silently stared at the 6 people who were catching up. Zhuowen and Lu Hantian chatted for a while. Then his gaze fell on Yanji and the other 2. He said, "I heard from old Xiao that martial uncle Yanji has something to say to me." Yanji's gaze was cold. He nodded and said, "I do have something to say to you. Hantian, you guys leave for a while. I have some things to ask Zhuowen." Lu Hantian and the others looked at each other and nodded. They immediately retreated. Even Xiao Yu also retreated. "Zhuowen, I heard that the heavenly worm was sealed by Yang Yi." Yanji stared at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen rubbed his temples. He already knew that Yanji would definitely ask this question. Then he seriously said, "Actually, Yang Yi is Yuanji. You can understand it that way. His purpose for coming here is for the heavenly worm. You can understand it that way." "What? Yang Yi is Yuanji? How is that possible?" Yanji and the other 2 exclaimed at the same time. Speaking of which, Yang Yi is indeed a little strange. Previously, I couldn't see through his specific cultivation. I only felt that his cultivation wasn't very high. Yanji's brows slightly knitted. He had never imagined that Yang Yi was actually the Yuanji from back then. Zhuowen bitterly smiled in his heart. Truthfully speaking, he wasn't clear about Yang Yi's true identity. From Yang Yi's words, He knew that the so-called Yang Yi and Yuan Ji might be his aliases. Furthermore, he only knew that Yang Yi came from the Central Plains. As for which faction he belonged to, he didn't know much. This brat really hid it from us. He's clearly Yuan Ji, but he actually used the alias Yang Yi. Truly hateful. Jiang Xian couldn't help cursing in a low voice. However, there wasn't any trace of blame on his face. Yuan Ji was the pride of their divine academy. Although Yang Yi had never revealed his true identity, which made them somewhat unhappy, he was still someone from their academy. Naturally, they wouldn't be too harsh on him. Forget it, forget it. That brat Yuan Ji might be doing pretty well in the Central Plains. The reason why he doesn't want to reveal himself this time might be because of the heavenly worm. Yan Ji waved his hand. Shortly after, he seriously stared at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, thank you for telling me this time." Zhuowen's gaze was extremely strange. If Yan Ji and the other two knew that Yang Yi had entered the Divine Academy under the alias of Yuan Ji, his original goal was to comprehend the void immortal scripture. He didn't care about the Divine Academy at all. Who knew what they would think? Zhuowen, the 9 Nether Assembly has already ended. You, Han Tian, and the other 8 all have the opportunity to enter the 9 Nether Great Formation. When do you plan to activate the 9 Nether Great Formation and head to the Central Plains? Yan Ji suddenly asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry to head to the Central Plains. However, Martial Uncle Yan Ji can first tell me the exact location of the 9 Nether Great Formation. When the time is right, I'll naturally head to the Central Plains." Yan Ji deeply glanced at Zhuowen and said in a deep voice, "You're planning to head to the Southern Plains?" Zhuowen was silent. In the end, he nodded and said, "Martial Uncle is right. I'm indeed planning to head to the Southern Plains. As for the reason, I don't need to say it." Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, and Wenbai looked at each other. In the end, Yan Ji sighed and said, "Zhuowen, after all, you're a disciple of the Divine Academy. This time, the 3 of us are willing to head to the Southern Plains with you and lend you a hand." Zhuowen was startled. He didn't expect that Yan Ji and the other 2 would actually intend to lend him a hand. "Martial Uncle Yan Ji, after all, you still have the entire Divine Academy. If you go to the Southern Plains and encounter an accident, this is absolutely impossible." Zhuowen flatly refused. However, Yan Ji smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although the Burning Heaven sect's influence is enormous, it won't be much stronger than the Blue Dragon Hall. You were able to eliminate the Blue Dragon Hall. In fact, you already possess the strength to challenge the Burning Heaven sect. The 3 of us going is just icing on the cake. It's just that I haven't been to the Southern Plains yet, so I want to see the scenery there." Yan Ji smiled faintly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In the end, he still agreed to Yan Ji's request. After all, Yan Ji was an expert of the Sky Saint realm. With his participation, this trip to the Southern Plains would definitely be a little more assured. "Zhuowen, when you're ready to head to the Southern Plains, come and inform us. The 3 of us will go with you to see the scenery of the Southern Plains." Yan Ji said this through secret sound transmission. Then he left Mysterious Origin Peak with Jiang Xian and Wenbai. As soon as Yan Ji and the other 2 left, Lu Hantian and the others rushed over and surrounded Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, did Martial Uncle Yan Ji and the other 2 ask you about that brat Yang Yi?" Xiaoyu stared at Zhuowen and asked, "You should have heard the rumor about senior brother Yang Yi sealing the heavenly insect, right? I can tell you clearly that this is true. Senior brother Yang Yi's strength is very terrifying. I can't see through him at all." Zhuowen replied calmly, "That rumor is actually true. Lu Hantian, and the others looked at each other in surprise. They thought that the rumor about Yang Yi was just a rumor. In addition, Yang Yi and Jian Mu had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Many people thought that Yang Yi and Jian Mu had died in the hands of the heavenly insect. Now that Zhuowen said this, it was obvious that he admitted that the rumor was true. Then where did senior brother Yang Yi and senior brother Jian Mu go? Gatha asked curiously. The Central Plains. As for where they went, I don't know. I think we will meet them again in the Central Plains in the future, Zhuowen said ambiguously. Lu Hantian, and the others looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. They had already guessed that Yang Yi was unusual. Perhaps he was involved with a big force in the Central Plains. However, these were not things that they should know. Zhuowen, I think you will definitely go to the Southern Plains, right? Take us with you when you go to the Southern Plains, Moyan Wushang, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly said. Chapter 15:16. 4 kills sacred sword formation. As soon as these words came out, Moyan Wushang frowned, and there was a touch of sadness and grievance in her eyes. Zhuowen, you're treating us as outsiders. You're going to the Southern Burning Heaven sect, and you're not bringing us along? Lu Hantian said with some dissatisfaction. Kanan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian were also somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, they couldn't agree with Zhuowen's decision. This trip will inevitably be a tragic battle. The fall of saints is a common occurrence. To put it bluntly, the help you can give me in the past is really limited, Zhuowen said earnestly. Lu Hantian, and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The battle in the 9 Nether Heaven left a deep impression on them. Although Zhuowen was only at the profound glimpse saint realm because of his immortal sacred tool, he could even kill a heavenly saint like Sapphire Shore. It was really terrifying. For them, let alone a heavenly saint, they might not even be a match for a slightly stronger profound saint. Although Zhuowen's words were not polite, they were indeed the truth. In the face of a heavenly saint, they were indeed powerless. For a while, the atmosphere between everyone became a little dull. Lu Hantian and the others didn't speak much, and everyone fell into a deadlock. How about this? You can enter the Azure Dragon Hall. I carry this hall in my spirit ring. Zhuowen sighed softly. Azure Dragon Hall? Is it the immortal sacred tool, hall you took out in the 9 Nether Heaven last time? Lu Hantian asked with shining eyes. Zhuowen nodded. The Azure Dragon Hall is indeed an immortal sacred tool. There are 3 layers of heaven and earth inside, and the 3 layers of heaven and earth contain powerful time laws. 1 day outside is 1 year inside. What? 1 day outside is 1 year inside. This Moyan Wushang, and the others cried out in surprise. They couldn't imagine how such a 1-to-1 difference in the flow of time could be made. What kind of powerful time law did one have to master to create such a huge difference in the flow of time? Now that you've entered my Azure Dragon Palace, you're actually considered part of the Ryuka. Of course, this is only one of your identities. In the outside world, you're still disciples of the Divine Academy, Zhuowen said with a smile. Since your Azure Dragon Palace is so good, how can we not enter it? Lu Hantian laughed heartily. With Lu Hantian taking the lead, Kanan, Gatha, Mo Yen, and Mo Lingtian naturally had no objections. Don't resist. I'll bring you into the space of the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen smiled and took out a palm-sized palace from his spirit ring. This palace was the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen opened a seal, and a suction force surrounded everyone. Then, everyone disappeared on the spot. Obviously, they had all entered the Azure Dragon Palace. In the Azure Dragon Square, Lu Hantian and the others looked around the square. Lu Hantian had entered the Azure Dragon Palace before, so he wasn't too surprised. However, Kanan, Gatha, and the others looked curious. It was their first time entering the Azure Dragon Palace, so they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Zhuowen looked at Lu Hantian and the others with a smile and said, "Welcome to the Azure Dragon Palace. This is the gift I've prepared for you." After saying that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and 5 rays of light burst out. Each ray of light contained a strong saint aura. Lu Hantian and the others looked carefully and were surprised to find that these 5 rays of light were all weapons. Among them, there were swords, sabers, spears, and other kinds of weapons. Moreover, without exception, these were all profound saint artifacts. These are all profound saint artifacts. Big Brother Zhua, you... Kanan swallowed his saliva and murmured in disbelief. "You can choose. If there is a suitable profound saint artifact, just take it. This is my gift for our first meeting," Zhuowen said with a faint smile. "Gift for our first meeting?" Mo Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time he had seen a profound saint artifact being given as a gift. This kind of thing was an extremely rare and powerful treasure, even in a major force like the 9 Netherworld realm, like the Divine Academy. Even the core disciples of the Divine Academy might not necessarily be given a profound saint artifact. However, Zhuowen had given a treasure like a profound saint artifact as a gift for their first meeting. This could no longer be described as extravagant. It was simply wasteful. However, when they saw Zhuowen's eyebrows, they also knew that Zhuowen didn't attach any importance to these profound saint artifacts. It was no wonder that Zhuowen was so forthright. After all, there were a lot of profound saint artifacts on the 4th floor of the Azure Dragon Palace's treasure repository. There were at least a few hundred of them. The profound saint artifacts in the treasure repository were the treasures that the Azure Dragon Taoist had accumulated over the years. Although they were only profound saint artifacts, they were all the best among the profound saint artifacts. Zhuowen waved his sleeve again, and 5 porcelain bottles flew out from his sleeve. Then, the 5 porcelain bottles fell into the hands of Lu Hantian and the other 4. Each of these porcelain bottles contains the Saint Origin Pill, a high-grade celestial pill. It can accelerate the transformation of the saint energy in your body and is helpful for your daily meditation and cultivation. Zhuowen's words rang out again, causing the hearts of Lu Hantian and the others to fiercely beat a few times. Whether it was a profound saint artifact or a high-grade celestial pill, they were all precious and priceless treasures in the outside world. Now that Zhuowen had given them away so casually, how could they not be shocked? "Big Brother Zhuowen, aren't these too precious?" Jia Nan's hands trembled slightly as he carefully put away the porcelain bottles and the profound saint artifacts. He was extremely cautious, as if he was treating his own little ancestor. Jia Nan's behavior could be said to be extremely exaggerated, but Lu Hantian and the others felt that Jia Nan's behavior was extremely normal. After all, the things that Zhuowen had given them were too precious. They were so precious that it made one's heart beat faster. Just keep them. I still have a lot of profound saint artifacts and high-grade celestial pills. You don't have to be too polite. Zhuowen waved his hand, but his words made Jia Nan and the others wail in their hearts. After giving away 5 profound saint artifacts, Zhuowen actually said that he still had a lot of profound saint artifacts. They really didn't know how many profound saint artifacts he had on him. "I'll take you to the 2nd heaven first. Big Brother Hantian should be more familiar with the 2nd heaven, so he can show you around," Zhuowen said as he took out the Tsang Dragon token and formed a seal. A suction force enveloped Lu Hantian and the others, and they instantly disappeared from the spot. After sending Lu Hantian and the other 4 to the second heaven, Zhuowen did not follow them in. Instead, he walked towards the treasure repository on the other side of the square. The last time he had broken through to the 4th floor of the treasure pavilion, there were hundreds of profound saint artifacts inside. This time, he entered again to enter the 5th floor of the treasure repository. He knew that there should be a heavenly saint artifact on the 5th floor. Moreover, with the Tsang Dragon Taoist character, the heavenly saint artifacts that he had collected were probably heavenly saint artifacts that had been used by saints at the level of a heaven-defying saint stage. The heavenly saint aura of this kind of heavenly saint artifact was not inferior to the ordinary tile that Yang Yi had given to Zhuowen. If the heavenly saint artifact could be fully unleashed, its power would probably surpass that of the tile. However, in order to fully unleash the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact, one would need to be at least in the quintessential saint stage. Therefore, Zhuowen decided to give the heaven-defying saint artifact to Long Xiaotian. Moreover, if Zhuowen was not mistaken, the purple flame heavenly blade that Zhou Qianzong's original body had brought with him was probably a powerful heaven-defying saint artifact as well. After all, the purple flame heavenly blade was much more powerful than the dark flame brush. Other than being a heaven-defying saint artifact, Zhuowen could not imagine what kind of terrifying heavenly saint artifact would be. Actually, the power of the 4-kill sword formation can still be increased. The core of this 4-kill sword formation is the 4-kill formation diagram. If you can obtain 81 profound saint swords, the power of the 4-kill sacred sword formation that is formed will be comparable to an ordinary heavenly saint artifact. Moreover, you will be able to fully control the 4-kill sacred sword formation and unleash its full power. The moment he stepped into the treasure trove palace, Xiaohei's voice slowly resounded in Zhuowen's mind. You're right. The 4-kill sword formation can indeed be improved to increase its power. Zhuowen's heart moved. He quite agreed with Xiaohei's words. Then let's go to the 4th floor first. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and walked up the stairs. After a while, he stepped into the 4th floor. Although the space on the 4th floor was not big, there were many lumps of light floating in it. These lumps of light contained a rather frightening golden light that contained a terrifying saint aura. Looking carefully, there were all kinds of weapons floating in these lumps of light. From the aura on the surface of these weapons, one could feel that these weapons were all profound saint artifacts. Zhuowen strolled in these lumps of light. Whenever he saw a profound saint artifact that was a profound saint sword, he would put it into his spirit ring. When Zhuowen walked from the front to the back, he actually collected 81 profound saint swords. These profound saint swords were of different sizes, and some of them were even different in style. Some were broad-bladed swords, while others were as small as needles. If you want to rearrange the 4-kill array and combine it into an even more powerful 4-kill sacred sword array, you have to reforge these 81 profound sage-level swords into the same style. You can look for that old fox for these things. After all, the 4-kill sword formation is an arcane formation. That old fox is the best at it, Xiaohei said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and summoned Cheng Huang. You want me to reforge these 81 profound saint swords and reforge the 4-kill sword formation into the 4-kill sacred sword formation? Cheng Huang asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded and said, Senior Cheng Huang, the formation and restriction technique is unparalleled in the world. This kind of small matter should be a piece of cake for you, right? These words were somewhat flattering, and Cheng Huang's tail curled up. It was quite pleased. In that case, I'll reluctantly help you. However, you'll have to give me some time. It'll take about 3 months. Chapter 1517. Spirit Swallowing Magma River Qing. Huang was the Fushi Cauldron's artifact spirit. Its origin was mysterious, and its attainments and formations were extremely high. It should be easy for it to improve the 4-kill sword array. 3 months isn't too long. It's time to enter the 5th level and take a look. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the staircase at the end of the 4th level. This staircase was the passage to the 5th level. On the surface of the stairs, rays of multicolored brilliance flickered. A vast aura that seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas came crashing down on Zhuowen. What a terrifying restriction! Zhuowen slowly narrowed his eyes. He could feel the terror of the restriction on the staircase. Just standing in front of the staircase was like facing a terrifying wild beast that was pouncing toward him. Let's go in and give it a try. With a solemn expression, Zhuowen came in front of the staircase and stepped on it. Boom! A thunderous sound came from the surface of the staircase. It also emitted a terrifying and strange cracking sound, as if the sky was collapsing. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Golden veins appeared on the surface of his body. Finally, he stepped heavily on the staircase. What a terrifying pressure! Zhuowen only felt his blood boil. He was terrified. The restriction on the 5th level was much more terrifying than the restriction on the 4th level. Without hesitation, Zhuowen used the laws of ice and fire. The 2 laws merged with Zhuowen's body, causing the aura of his body to become extremely terrifying. It broke through the crushing pressure on his body in one fell swoop. As the number of staircases increased, the pressure became more and more terrifying. However, Zhuowen also used the laws that he had comprehended and merged them into his body. In addition to the laws of ice and fire, there were also the laws of void, desolation, death, karma, and Masha. There were a total of 7 laws that merged into his body. At that moment, Zhuowen's saint body was filled with the aura and power of the 7 laws. It actually suppressed the terrifying aura and suppression of the restriction in one fell swoop. Thump! Thump! The sacred body that bore 7 types of laws had reached an unprecedented level of power. Zhuowen continued to step forward and reached the top of the stairs in one fell swoop. Zhuowen stood at the top of the stairs like a spear. The pressure on the 5th floor was hundreds of times greater than the pressure on the 4th floor. Zhuowen felt extremely uncomfortable standing on the 5th floor. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It was extremely heavy. When he reached the 5th floor, Zhuowen had to use the Buddha demon eye. Only then was he able to resist the terrifying pressure and move around the 5th floor. The space on the 5th floor was even smaller, like a square inch of land. The facilities on the 5th floor were much more simple and crude than on the 4th floor. There were also balls of light floating here, but there were only 10 of them. Compared to the hundreds of balls of light on the 4th floor, it was really too little. The 10 balls of light all contained heaven-defying saint artifacts. Zhuowen asked with astonishment in his eyes. Having one heaven-defying saint artifact was already very terrifying. Having 10 of them was too terrifying. Only 2 of them are heaven-defying saint artifacts. 3 of them are Empyrean saint artifacts, and the remaining 5 should be Yang Sky saint artifacts. Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen was startled and immediately nodded. If all 10 of them were heaven-defying saint artifacts, it would be too terrifying. Even if Taoist Master Canglong was a supreme celestial sage, it wasn't so easy for him to get 10 heaven-defying saint artifacts. When all Empyrean saint artifacts were forged, their power and aura were the same. However, as the strength of the Empyrean saint artifacts increased, the power of these Empyrean saint artifacts would automatically increase. As for the heaven-defying saint artifacts, they had been used and nurtured by the saints for thousands of years. Therefore, their power was much more terrifying than ordinary Empyrean saint artifacts. the principle of Empyrean Saint artifacts and Yang Sky Saint artifacts was the same as the heaven-defying saint artifacts. However, for profound sages, it was very difficult for them to fully exert the power of an Empyrean saint artifact. This was especially true for heaven-defying saint artifacts, which were very difficult for profound sages to control. However, holy treasures were much better than Empyrean saint artifacts, and the threshold was also much lower. Perhaps the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact was much stronger than a holy treasure, but the threshold of a heaven-defying saint artifact was too high. In the hands of a profound sage, the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact might not even be as good as a holy treasure. This was also why Yang Yi had given Zhuowen a heaven-defying holy treasure instead of a heaven-defying saint artifact. After all, Zhuowen was just a glimpse saint. If a heaven-defying saint artifact was given to Zhuowen, the power it could exert would be extremely limited. It was better to give him a holy treasure. Zhuowen paced between the 10 light clusters, and his gaze fell on the 2 light clusters at the front. These 2 light clusters carried 2 heaven-defying saint artifacts, although for the current him, he couldn't exert too much power from the heaven-defying saint artifacts. Once his cultivation reached the heavenly sage realm, he would be able to subdue them and exert their true power. Of the 2 heaven-defying saint artifacts, Zhuowen was going to give one to Long Xiaotian and keep the other for himself. The holy might in these 2 large light clusters was extremely vast. One of the light clusters contained a constantly surging river. If one looked carefully, this river was composed of blazing magma. As the wave rolled out, magma swept up into the sky, and flames raged across the 9 worlds. It had the terrifying power to plunge the world into misery and suffering. The heaven-defying saint artifact, spirit-devouring magma river. This river was taken from the magma in the depths of the Earth's core, tens of millions of feet deep. Moreover, it was nurtured by an almighty for tens of thousands of years. During the nurturing process, it devoured hundreds of thousands of creatures and was forged into a powerful heaven-defying saint artifact. Zhuowen stared at the light cluster, and a vast amount of information appeared in his mind. The information introduced the magma river in the light cluster. The spirit-devouring magma river was unusual. The surging magma had the terrifying power to devour and destroy all creatures. Ordinary heavenly sages would find it difficult to compete with it. Moreover, the spirit-devouring magma river had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It also had the ability to transform into any weapon and shape at will. The moment he saw the spirit-devouring magma river, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. This heaven-defying saint artifact was to his liking. "Kid, have you taken a fancy to the spirit-devouring magma river?" Xiaohe chuckled. "This spirit-devouring magma river is indeed good." Zhuowen chuckled and reached his right hand into the light cluster. The power of the divine body burst out and grabbed the river in his hand. Rumble! However, the moment Zhuowen grabbed the river, the spirit-devouring magma river surged and slapped away Zhuowen's hand. Thud! 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 Zhuowen took a few steps back and looked at his charred palm. His eyes were filled with shock, and he could even feel a heart-wrenching pain. His lesser success divine body was tough and powerful. Even a heavenly saint weapon would find it difficult to cause such damage to him. However, the spirit-devouring magma river, which had no owner, could cause such heavy damage to his divine body with just a light slap. This made Zhuowen surprised and happy. "You are just a little brat at the profound glimpse saint realm. How dare you try to capture me? Are you trying to humiliate me?" A childish divine thought rang in Zhuowen's ears. Then, Zhuowen was surprised to find a lifelike eyeball floating out of the spirit-devouring magma river. The eyeball stared at Zhuowen and its eyes were full of anger. The spirit devouring magma river's artifact spirit. Staring at the eyeball, Zhuowen was curious. Although he knew that divine artifacts all had artifact spirits, their artifact spirits were limited. However, the intelligence of an artifact spirit was extremely limited, not to mention the ability to speak human language. This was the first time he had encountered one. You have been in this treasure repository palace for 10,000 years, right? Don't you feel lonely and empty? Why don't you follow me out and see the scenery outside? Zhuowen said to the artifact spirit, as if he was coaxing a child. Moreover, I am now the master of the Azure Dragon Palace. If you follow me, maybe when I become a celestial sage in the future, I can promote you to a celestial saint weapon. What do you think? Zhuowen continued to persuade it patiently. The eyeball revealed a hint of curiosity. At the same time, it revealed a human-like pondering expression. It seems that what you said makes sense. However, you are so weak. I don't think you are qualified to be my master. The artifact spirit thought for a moment and still shook its head. On the surface, my cultivation is low, but it doesn't mean that my strength is low. If you don't try, how do you know that I am not qualified to be your master? Zhuowen said with a smile. The artifact spirit revealed a pondering expression again. In the end, it nodded and said, All right, if you can withstand 3 moves from me, then I will follow you. Of course, you are still not qualified to be my master. I will just follow you out to take a look. Hearing this, the corner of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a brilliant smile. Although the artifact spirit's intelligence was high, it was extremely simple. It immediately fell for Zhuowen's trick. Once the spirit-devouring magma river followed Zhuowen. As time passed, Zhuowen's strength would definitely continue to increase. At that time, the artifact spirit would have to recognize him as its master even if it didn't want to. Then 3 moves it is. You go first. Zhuowen was ready, and his eyes revealed a dignified expression. After all, the spirit-devouring magma river was a heaven-defying saint artifact. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Then be careful. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. This is not my intention. In the past, many saints wanted to subdue me in front of me. They also had the attitude of trying, but in the end, they were all killed by me in 1 move. The artifact spirit still said innocently. However, the artifact spirit's words made the corner of Zhuowen's mouth twitch. How could this little guy say such cruel words in such a simple tone? Boom. As soon as the artifact spirit's voice fell, the temperature of the entire 5th floor continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire stone room seemed to have melted. The violent magma was like a long river, sweeping the entire stone room and rushing toward Zhuowen. The blazing heat seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Zhuowen didn't dare to be negligent. The power of the divine body was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the 7 types of divine body were integrated into it. Chapter 15:18, sort of 10,000 sacrifices, the power of the fist, which was a combination of 7 laws, combined with the power of a second-rate saint physique, seemed to be able to smash down the sky. Boom! The fist aura hit the raging magma, and the magma that could even collapse heaven and earth was annihilated into nothingness. A mere profound glimpse saint can actually unleash such a powerful attack. It's rare and commendable. Moreover, you have 7 laws. Your talent can be called monstrous. The artifact spirit's eyes slowly narrowed as it stared at the tall and straight figure under the countless magma rain. It revealed a bewildered expression. I want to see if you can take the second move. The artifact spirit's immature voice let out a cold snort. An even more raging magma river streaked across the sky, condensing into a huge magma saber. Clang! This saber could slash the galaxy, split the sun and moon, transform the sky, and crack the earth. This saber carried the powerful destructive power of the spirit-swallowing magma river. With a slash, it was likely that anyone below the heavenly saint realm would be annihilated. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a grave expression. The heavenly saber formed by the spirit-swallowing magma river was too terrifying. Just the saber aura emitted from it made him feel a sense of crisis, as if he was choking. Dragon-subduing fist. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. He tapped his right foot and clenched his right fist. Then he suddenly punched out. This punch was like a cannonball that shot out. Boom! Wherever the fist aura passed, there was an explosion. The air was compressed, and the space was shattered. The 7 laws attached to the fist aura turned into countless dragon shadows that intertwined with each other and swayed upward. At this moment, the dragon-subduing fist that Zhuowen used was much more powerful than any of the previous ones that Zhuowen had used. Bang! 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 The saber slashed down and blasted into the fist aura. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the heavenly saber was too terrifying. In a flash, the countless dragon shadows were directly beheaded and annihilated inch by inch. After beheading countless dragon heads, the heavenly saber buzzed and pointed at Zhuowen's vital points. It was as if it could pierce through Zhuowen's body and cut him into countless pieces. Damn it, why is it so terrifying? Zhuowen's face changed slightly as he punched out again and again. Countless dragon shadows appeared, and the dragon's might was vast and mighty, wanting to block that horrifying heavenly saber. However, the sky blade was too terrifying. Even though Zhuowen had evolved the crouching dragon fist, the countless dragon shadows could only block the sky blade for a moment before collapsing. Clang! When the sky blade chopped down the last dragon head, the magma on its surface began to flow violently. In an instant, the might of the sky blade had reached an extremely terrifying level. Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens, one of them hitting the heavens. Zhuowen's face turned ugly. Buddhist light soared into the sky, forming a huge Buddha shadow. This Buddha shadow knelt down and kowtowed to the heavens. With a single kowtow, it was as if the heavens were about to fall down. Clang! Before the might of the knock, the heavenly blade began to tremble, tottering on the verge of collapse. However, it was still unable to stop the frightening momentum of the heavenly blade. One of the top 10 forbidden lands of the demon realm, Ghost Forbidden Land. Zhuowen's eyes turned serious. The Buddha demon, eye in between his brows, split open, and a violent demonic aura gushed out. The moment the demonic aura came out, a huge ravine appeared on the ground. In the depths of the ravine, a 30,000-meter-long demonic hand stretched out. As this demonic hand grew, countless ghostly hands followed. This was a land of death for ghosts. It could grab the sun, the moon, and the stars. It could even tear down the void. One kowtow to the heavens and one ghost land combined. The Buddha shadow and the demonic shadow intertwined, bursting with a shocking might and energy that made countless living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths bow down in worship. As the Buddha and the demonic intertwined, the sky blade that was like a hot knife through butter froze completely. In the domain of the heaven ghost land, it began to fly around, emitting ear-piercing clanging sounds. The demonic hand grabbed, and the Buddha palm pressed down. Even the sky blade had to retreat. Zhuowen walked step by step into the ghost land. The countless ghostly hands reached out and landed under Zhuowen's feet, making Zhuowen look like he was walking on flat ground. He was like a demon, and his might was terrifying. Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens. The second kowtow envisions the heavens. Break the second move for me. After Zhuowen said those words, the Buddha kneeling on the ground kowtowed once more. This kowtow was so powerful that even the sky seemed to be kowtowing. In an instant, the terrifying pressure increased by hundreds and thousands of times. Kacha! Finally, the sky blade completely shattered and disappeared under the attacks of the Buddha and the demon. Not bad. You actually took 2 moves. The eyeball floating above the magma showed a hint of surprise. There's one more move. If you can take the 3rd move, you'll have to follow me. Zhuowen said with a smile. Humph, you'll have to wait until you take the next move. The eyeball's childish voice was filled with coldness. Then, a river of magma rushed out and hovered above Zhuowen's head. Whoosh! After hovering for a quarter of an hour, the terrifying river of magma dripped down and instantly engulfed Zhuowen. Zhuowen only saw darkness before his eyes. He was surrounded by magma walls. An unbearable heat assaulted him, causing Zhuowen's face to turn red. Awoo! On the side of the magma walls, various strange beasts appeared. These strange beasts were formed by magma, and their power was terrifying. Top 10 forbidden grounds of the demon, 2nd forbidden ground of death. Zhuowen frowned. The Buddha demon eye opened and closed. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Dense death chi rushed out from the huge gully in the ghastly land. The ghost hand and demon hand were filled with intense death chi. It was as if they could kill countless living beings. Rumble! When the river of magma fell on the surface of the Buddha demon realm, the walls on the surface of the realm trembled violently. Even with the combination of the 2nd heaven kowtow and the 2nd forbidden ground of death, it was difficult to withstand the terrifying power of the river of magma. Kacha! As the river of magma raged, cracks began to appear on the surface of the Buddha demon realm, as if it would collapse at any time. This scene made Zhuowen's heart jump. Although the Buddha's 9 kowtows and the demon's 10 forbidden grounds of death contained 9 moves of the Buddha Tao and 10 moves of the demon Tao. However, Zhuowen had only been in contact with these 2 skills for a short time. He could only use the 2nd heaven kowtow and the 2nd forbidden ground of death skillfully. As for the 3rd heaven kowtow and the 3rd forbidden ground of death, he had yet to fully comprehend them. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Buddha demon realm finally collapsed. The endless river of magma swept towards Zhuowen like a wild beast, wanting to completely crush him into pieces. As expected of a heaven-defying saint artifact, looks like I can only use this. Looking at the river of magma rushing towards him, Zhuowen's face was a little pale. The river's power was really terrifying. If he did not use a heaven-defying saint artifact of the same level, it would be difficult to resist. Thinking of this, Zhuowen flicked his finger. A simple and unadorned tile appeared in front of him. A heaven-defying saint aura soared into the sky as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. In the midst of the heaven-defying saint aura, a majestic figure stepped out. As soon as this figure appeared, a huge fan-like hand blasted out. Suddenly, the magma that wrapped around Zhuowen collapsed and dissipated into countless pieces. At the same time, the heaven-defying saint aura soared and hit the soul-devouring magma river, forcing it to retreat. The eyeball was filled with shock and anger. A heaven-defying saint artifact. I didn't expect that a mere glimpse saint stage guy like you would have a saint artifact of this level. The artifact spirit's voice was a little excited. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the tile flew into his hand. Looking at the slightly dim tile, Zhuowen's heart twitched in pain. This saint artifact was not a saint artifact. Every time it was used, the heaven-defying saint aura it contained would be reduced by a little. It would not automatically recover like a saint artifact. I have already taken 3 of your moves. According to the agreement, little guy, you should come with me, right? Zhuowen calmly stared at the artifact spirit of the soul-devouring magma river. The latter was silent for a moment, and then the eyeball turned into magma and merged with the river. The magma river swept over Zhuowen's body and turned into a rock-patterned belt around his waist. Your talent is not bad. I will follow you first, but don't try to make me recognize you as my master. When you really have enough strength, I will recognize you as my master. The condition is that you help me become a saint artifact. A divine thought rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen knew that this was the voice of the artifact spirit of the soul-devouring magma river. Of course, Zhuowen replied. His gaze fell on the second heaven-defying saint artifact. This heaven-defying saint artifact was a small sword that was only 3 feet long. If one did not pay attention, they would think that it was a dagger. However, this small sword was still longer than a dagger. The surface of the small sword was covered with dense, blood-red runes. It looked like a sacrificial artifact, the sword of 10,000 sacrifices. It is a sacrificial sword that has slaughtered tens of thousands of creatures and sacrificed them to the gods. The body of the sword is covered with dense, blood-red runes. It is the blood essence of 10,000 creatures. With a single strike, 10,000 creatures will perish. A message was transmitted to Zhuowen's mind from the ball of light. He knew that this heaven-defying saint artifact was called the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices. It was a powerful saint artifact that had been used to sacrifice 10,000 creatures. However, the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices, Aura, was still slightly weaker than the soul-devouring magma river. Clearly, the strength of the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices master was slightly weaker than the soul-devouring magma river. Otherwise, the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices, Aura, would be weaker than the soul-devouring magma river. I am not good with swords. This Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices is more suitable for Father. I will just give it to Father when the time comes. Zhuowen murmured. He immediately used a thunderous method to suppress the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices in the ball of light. Speaking of which, the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices had an artifact spirit as well. However, its intelligence was clearly much lower than the soul-devouring magma river. Even its language was unclear. As a result, Zhuowen seemed rather relaxed during the suppression process. It was not as troublesome as suppressing the soul-devouring magma river. After putting the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices away, Zhuowen looked at the remaining 8 heavenly saint artifacts. 3 of them were heavenly young saint artifacts, and 5 were heavenly Yin saint artifacts. Zhuowen discovered a defensive soft armor among the 3 heavenly young saint artifacts. He put it away, planning to give it to Long Xiaotian as well. His soul-devouring magma river was both offensive and defensive. Therefore, Zhuowen did not have much desire for a defensive saint artifact. As for the remaining heavenly saint artifacts, Zhuowen did not put them away. He planned to wait until Ryuka continued to develop. If there was another heavenly saint artifact in the future, he would reward them accordingly. Chapter 1519, 4 Kills Sacred Sword Formation, completed after leaving the treasure repository. Zhuowen went to the elixir room and stored all the peerless immortal pills on the 4th floor into his spirit ring. Compared to the high-grade immortal pills on the 3rd floor, the peerless immortal pills on the 4th floor were extremely rare. The number of porcelain bottles neatly arranged on the shelves did not exceed 50 bottles in total. Moreover, the number of peerless immortal pills in each bottle was also pitifully small. However, peerless immortal pills could not be compared to high-grade immortal pills. Their medicinal effects were already quite good for profound sage-level sages. This was not something that high-grade immortal pills could compare to. However, What made Zhuowen feel helpless was that the peerless immortal pills on the fourth floor were much less effective for him than for ordinary profound sages. Zhuowen knew that this had a lot to do with the 7 types of laws in his body and the strength of his dragon soul. Even the great sage Goldcore, which was powerful enough to raise a profound sage-level sage's cultivation by a small realm, had very little effect on the current Zhuowen. After doing this, Zhuowen left the Blue Dragon Hall. As for Lu Hantian and the others, Zhuowen sent a sound transmission to them, telling them to cultivate inside first. If there was anything they needed, they could just send a message through the communication jade talisman. Before leaving, Zhuowen and the 3 Yenji elders agreed that they would set off for the southern barbarian lands in 3 months, and then left the divine Nether Realm. After returning to the Dragon Nether Realm, the Ryuka people were busy building on the old site of the Blue Dragon Hall. Everything in the Blue Dragon Hall had been replaced by the Ryuka people. Zhuowen even found that in front of the Ryuka people, someone had transported a sharp mountain peak that reached the sky and was several hundred meters tall. At this moment, there were dozens of cultivators floating on the surface of the mountain. They were holding knives and carving on the surface of the mountain, causing countless powder to splatter from the surface of the mountain. Although the mountain peak had yet to take shape, Zhuowen could sense that these dozens of people were carving the shape of a person. Lord Long One. Perhaps they had heard the sound of something breaking through the air, but the dozens of cultivators who had been carving around the mountain peak looked towards Zhuowen. Then they all revealed respectful expressions and knelt on one knee to salute him. No need to be so courteous. What are you carving? Zhuowen asked with a smile. The several dozen cultivators looked at each other in dismay. After discovering that Zhuowen was so easygoing, they weren't as nervous as they were at the beginning. One of the more quick-witted young martial artists chuckled and said, Lord Ryowen, we followed Lord Xiangding's instructions to carve a statue of you in front of the Ryuka, because you are a great contributor to the Ryuka. Without you, there would be no Ryuka today. Hearing this, Zhuowen revealed a trace of surprise. Then he rubbed his nose and muttered to himself strangely, Grandfather really likes to carve statues. Zhuowen knew that in the second heaven of the Blue Dragon Hall, Xiangding had also erected a statue of him in Ryuka. Now that he had occupied the original location of the Blue Dragon Hall in the Dragon's Spirit Realm and built Ryuka, he still wanted to erect a statue of him. This made Zhuowen not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he also knew that Xiangding wanted to establish his image in Ryuka, so that the Ryuka people would never forget the contributions he had made to Ryuka. Continue with your work. Zhuowen casually greeted them, then left the stone statue. After Zhuowen left, the dozens of warriors chattered excitedly, obviously extremely excited. I didn't expect Lord Long Wen to be so easygoing. I thought Lord Long Wen was a cold-hearted expert. Cold-heartedness is only reserved for enemies. After the battle in the Nine Nether Heaven, Lord Long Wen's name has become famous in the Nine Nether Realm. Everyone knows about him. We must carve Lord Long Wen's statue perfectly. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to Lord Long Wen. Zhuowen naturally heard the discussions of the people behind him, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. Instead, he walked straight into Ryuka. Long Xiaotian was the first to come out to greet him, while Xiangding and Long Xiaotian walked out side by side. Behind them were the upper echelons of Ryuka. Zhuowen, you're back so soon? Xiangding asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Zhuowen took out the 10,000 sacrifices sword and the Yang Sky Saint artifact defensive soft armor from his spirit ring. Father, this 10,000 sacrifices sword is a heaven-defying saint artifact, and this Jade Qilin soft armor is a Yang Sky Saint artifact. Take them. You'll be going to the southern barbarian lands soon. These two things will increase your strength by a lot. After Shifeng tossed the two sacred artifacts to Long Xiaotian, the surrounding atmosphere fell silent. Even Long Xiaotian was stunned. His eyes were full of shock. Zhuowen, are you joking? This small sword is a heaven-defying saint artifact. This soft armor is also a young sky saint artifact. Long Xiaotian was even a little incoherent. For Long Xiaotian, who had always used profound saint artifacts, young sky saint artifacts, and heaven-defying saint artifacts were simply things of legend. In Long Xiaotian's opinion, having a young sky saint artifact was enough to satisfy him. He had never asked for a saint artifact above the young sky saint artifact level. But now, such a good thing had fallen into his lap. Not only did he have a young sky saint artifact, he even had a heaven-defying saint artifact. This was really unbelievable. It's absolutely true. Father, if you don't believe me, you can take a look and you'll know. Zhuowen smiled. He spread out his right hand and released the power of the 10,000 sacrifices sword. A heaven-defying saint aura gushed out. The entire Ryuka area trembled under this heaven-defying saint aura. Zhuo Xiangding and the others almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Zhuowen withdrew this heaven-defying saint aura in time, preventing Zhuo Xiangding and the others from making a fool of themselves. It's really a heaven-defying saint artifact. Long Xiaotian received the 10,000 sacrifices sword and the soft armor. His whole body trembled with excitement. Zhuowen, I won't stand on ceremony. I just want to say that this time I'll accompany you to the burning heaven sect and go crazy. Long Xiaotian held the 10,000 sacrifices sword tightly and said seriously, Haha, good. This time we'll go crazy. Zhuowen laughed heartily. Soon after, he told Long Xiaotian about leaving for the southern wilderness in 3 months and then left. He was going to enter seclusion in the Azure Dragon Hall for a period of time. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, Zhuowen had advanced 3 minor realms in a row. In fact, his foundation wasn't very stable. If he didn't strengthen it, it would leave behind hidden dangers. 3 months in the second layer of the Azure Dragon Hall was equivalent to 90 years. During this period of time, Zhuowen had enough time to consolidate his realm and even continue to comprehend the Buddha Demon Eye. The Buddha Demon Eye's ultimate technique of the 9 heavens, 10 earths became more profound the further one progressed. Even Zhuowen himself had only comprehended the Buddha's 2 kowtows to heaven and the devil's 2 perils. The technique of the 9 heavens, 10 earths would definitely become more powerful the further one progressed. Therefore, before going to the southern wilderness, Zhuowen planned to comprehend it as thoroughly as possible. 3 months passed in the outside world. At the peak of the 18th mountain in the Azure Dragon Hall, a proud and aloof figure quietly sat cross-legged. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light appeared between the figure's eyebrows. Then the old fox, Cheng Huang, slowly walked out on the back of the black turtle. Is the 4 kills sacred sword array finished? Zhuowen opened his eyes and looked at Cheng Huang expectantly. Cheng Huang waved its little paw and grabbed the Fushi cauldron out of nowhere. Then rays of light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron and formed 4 huge array diagrams. Under the array diagrams, golden sacred swords floated. There were a total of 81 of them. The surface of each sacred sword was filled with powerful sacred aura. This sacred aura seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. There was a rumbling explosion. Among the terrifying sacred aura, there was a powerful and sharp chi that overflowed. Each of the sharp chi had a terrifying power that made one feel as if they were choking. Of course, when I make a move, it's naturally a success. You can try its power. Chung Huang raised its tail and said proudly. Zhuowen nodded and stepped into the void. With the point of his right hand, immortal power condensed and constantly sketched in the void. The 4 kills sacred sword array that floated in the void began to dance and revolve around Zhuowen. It was as if he was commanding it with ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuowen pointed his sword at the void, and 81 sacred swords soared into the sky and slashed out continuously. The void that swept past was torn apart like cloth. So strong, even an ordinary attack can cut through the void. Zhuowen summoned the sacred swords around him and was pleasantly surprised. The power of the 4 kills sacred sword array was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, after thinking about it, Zhuowen was relieved. After all, the 4 kills sacred sword array was a powerful array formed by 81 sacred swords. The power that it could unleash was already comparable to an ordinary ascended saint artifact. Moreover, this was the 4 kills sacred sword array that Zhuowen could completely control. However, in the hands of Zhuowen, the ascended saint artifact could not unleash its full power. It was a hindrance. Of course, the soul-devouring magma river was different. It was a heaven-defying sacred artifact, the best among the ascended saint artifacts. Even if Zhuowen could not unleash its full power, the power that it could unleash was still higher than the 4 kills sacred sword array. However, the soul-devouring magma river was Zhuowen's trump card, and he would not casually reveal it. After staying in the upper realm for 90 years, I have finally consolidated the glimpse profound saint realm. However, there is still a big gap to the next realm, the pure profound saint realm. After putting away the 4 kills sacred sword array, Zhuowen's mouth was full of bitterness. No wonder there was a saying in the outside world that hundreds of thousands of years were simply a blink of an eye for a saint. The lifespan of a saint had reached the point where it was as long as the heavens and earth. As long as the heavens and earth did not collapse, a saint would basically not die because of their lifespan, unless they were killed by an abnormal person. The advancement of the saint realm was far more difficult than the other realms. Even if it was a small realm in the profound saint realm, the difficulty of advancing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the past 90 years, other than consolidating his realm, Zhuowen's cultivation could be said to have not made any progress. It was not that Zhuowen did not work hard, but the difficulty of advancing in the saint realm was too great. According to normal cultivation, even if it was a small realm without hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation accumulation, it was simply impossible to make a breakthrough. Chapter 15, 20,000 year. Wine, Zhuowen, I see that you have been on my 18th mountain for 90 years. Don't you feel bored just sitting there every day? Why don't you have a drink with me? After Zhuowen put away the 4 kills sacred sword array, a loud voice came from behind him. Zhuowen turned around and saw Loz, the 18th mountain god, slowly walking over. Behind him were 2 strong figures. Zhuowen was no stranger to these 2 people. They were the other 2 saint physiques of the 18th mountain, Hao Ji and Lung Xing. Zhuowen smiled and said, "Since Senior Loz is so enthusiastic, I will definitely not refuse." "That's great. Let's go to that pavilion and have a seat. In a while, Mais and Rias will also come." As Liao Si spoke, he pointed to a rock pavilion standing not far away and said with a smile, "Senior Mais and Lu Si are also here?" Zhuowen was surprised. Mais and Lu Si were the mountain gods of the 17th and 16th mountains, which were adjacent to the 18th mountain. In the 90 years he had been on the 18th mountain, although Zhuowen spent most of his time cultivating and consolidating his realm, Loz would occasionally take him out to play. Also, whether it was intentional or not, Loz would sometimes take Zhuowen to other mountains to find other mountain gods. It was because of this that Zhuowen was quite familiar with the other mountain gods. of the 18 mountains in the upper realm, other than the first mountain god, Zhuowen had more or less seen the other 17 mountain gods. However, the ones he was most familiar with should be the mountain gods of the 17th and 16th mountains, Mais and Lu Si. The reason why he was most familiar with these two mountain gods was mainly because Lo's and these two mountain gods were the closest. Lo's often talked about Zhuowen in front of the two mountain gods. In addition, Lo's often took Zhuowen to visit these two mountains. Over time, they naturally became familiar with each other. Sitting at the stone table in the middle of the pavilion, Zhuowen discovered that there were already jars of wine that were half the height of a person placed under the stone table. There were also 4 large bowls that were the size of 2 palms placed on the stone table. The 18 mountains were all-powerful saint physiques. Their physiques were far superior to ordinary saint martial artists. What they liked to do the most was to eat meat and drink wine. When Zhuowen first drank with Lo's, he wasn't used to it, but he got used to it over time. After all, Zhuowen also had a second-rate holy body, and he also had several kinds of power of law. When it came to drinking, he didn't lose to Lo's at all. The two of them sat opposite each other. Not long after, 2 figures flew across the distant horizon and landed on the pavilion. Ha! Lo's Zhuowen, long time no see. One of them was a middle-aged man with long hair draped over his shoulders. He had 3 red stripes painted on his forehead. He slowly walked over to the seat between Zhuowen and Liao Si with great enthusiasm. Then he sat down on the seat. Senior Mais. Zhuowen stood up and slightly cupped his hands with a smile. The middle-aged man in front of Zhuowen was the 16th mountain's mountain god, Mais. He was eccentric and unbridled, and whenever he saw Mais, Zhuowen would think of Lu Hantian, so Zhuowen had a good impression of him. Zhuowen, boy, don't be so polite. What's the relationship between the two of us? He. Mais waved his hand and immediately pointed at Lu Si, who had come with him, and said, I say, Lu Si, you have a cold face every day, and you put on a zombie face. Do you really think that's cool? Do you know that you're very stupid? The man Mais was pointing at was about 30 years old. He was dressed in black, had a slender figure, and carried a broad-bladed stone sword on his back. He had a cold face and never smiled. This man was the 17th mountain god, Lu Si. He was a guy who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He had a very close relationship with Mais and Lo's. Duel. Lu Si still had a cold face. He pulled out the stone sword on his back with his right hand and stared at Mais coldly. Oh, my little ancestor, duel my ass. Today we're here to drink, not to duel. Calm down. The moment Lu Si pulled out the stone sword, Mais immediately cowered. He hurriedly walked to Lu Si's side and very politely put the stone sword back on his back before pulling him to the seat next to him. Senior Lu Si. Zhuowen smiled at Lu Si. Lu Si nodded. His face was still cold. Zhuowen didn't mind Lu Si's cold attitude because Lu Si had the same expression towards everyone, including Lo's and Mais. Come. Let's drink first. These 10 jars of wine were brewed by me 1,000 years ago. They're very strong. Don't be shy. Let's drink together. Lo smiled. He took out a jar of wine from under the stone table and opened the cork. Immediately, a strong aroma of wine assailed their nostrils, refreshing their minds. Good wine. Zhuowen and Mais couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Even the cold-faced Lu Si's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. His nose twitched as if he was savoring the aroma of the wine. Of course, this is something that Lo's personally brewed. How could it not be fragrant? Lo's chuckled, Zhuowen and Mais, and Lu Si couldn't help but give Lo's a thumbs up. They weren't stingy with their praises. Lo's was full of self-satisfaction. He then filled the 4 big bowls on the table with wine. The wine was pink. Zhuowen picked up the big bowl and took a sip. His eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a sweetness spread from his mouth to his throat and finally into his 5 viscera and 6 bowls. It was as if the wine was washing away the filth in his body, causing his meridians to glow with new life. This wine actually has such a good effect on the physique. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. Not only did the wine taste sweet, its effects were even more powerful. It actually faintly had a powerful effect of tempering one's physique, causing Zhuowen to be pleasantly surprised. Thinking of this, Zhuowen drank all the wine in the big bowl in one gulp. Immediately, his face was flushed and his mood relaxed. 1,000-year-old wine is really extraordinary. Lowe's, you really put in a lot of effort this time. You're actually willing to take out such a good wine. Mize drank it in one gulp and immediately laughed. His gaze fell on Lowe's, and he continued, Lowe's, you took out such a good wine to entertain us. You must have something to ask of us, right? As soon as these words came out, the pavilion became quiet. Lucy put down the big bowl and also stared at Lowe's. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a reason. Lowe's took out 1,000-year-old wine to entertain them. It was impossible that he had nothing better to do. Lowe's laughed and said, Actually, it's like this. I heard that Zhuowen is about to go to a powerful sect to find a wife. Perhaps there will be an earth-shattering battle at that time. I'm looking for you because of this. Zhuowen stared at Lowe's in amazement. He instantly understood Lowe's intention. He was afraid that the latter intended to rope in Mize and Lucy and then help him go to the Southern Burning Heaven sect to fight. You mean you want the 2 of us to be Zhuowen's hatchet men? Mize frowned and said with some displeasure. Although Lucy didn't speak from his slightly cold gaze, it could be seen that Lucy's mood wasn't much better than Mize. Mountain God, as the god of a mountain, was the pinnacle existence in the upper realm. Every mountain god had their own dignity and couldn't be someone's hatchet man, unless this person could really make them admire him or was so strong that they could only tame him. They might really be able to help this person. But in their hearts, although Zhuowen's relationship with them wasn't wrong, he was still far from being qualified for them to be his hatchet man. Lowe's waved his hand and said, I'm not asking you to be my hatchet man, but to help. In case Zhuowen is really in trouble, the 2 of you only need to help once. After all, he's now the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. If Zhuowen doesn't fall, it's actually only a matter of time before he completely controls the upper realm. Helping him is actually understandable for us. Hearing this, Mize and Lucy looked at each other and immediately lowered their heads to ponder for a while. Finally, Mize smiled and said, Zhuowen is a good guy. If he's really in a crisis, just call us and we'll definitely lend him a hand. Thank you, seniors. Seeing that Mize and Lucy had agreed, Zhuowen hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands, his voice full of gratitude. Mize and Lucy were ranked before Lowe's, and their strength was a bit stronger than Lowe's. With the addition of these 2 people, it would be easy to flatten the Burning Heaven sect. Why are you being so polite? Since Lowe's took out the 1,000-year-old wine, let's drink to our heart's content. It's rare for Lowe's to be so generous. Mize waved his hand and hurriedly grabbed another wine jar from under the table. He opened the cork and gulped it down in one gulp. Lucy also didn't hold back. He grabbed the wine jar next to him and imitated Mize, pouring it into his mouth. Senior Lowe's, thank you so much for this time. While Mize and Lucy were drinking to their heart's content, Zhuowen looked at Lowe's and transmitted his voice to him through secret sound transmission. Before this, Zhuowen was really surprised that Lowe's would plead with Mize and Lucy for him. It's just a small matter. Speaking of which, you can be considered half of my 18th mountain god because you have teacher Lawrence's sacred bone. When Lawrence was mentioned, Lowes' gaze suddenly became a bit gloomy, as if he remembered something from the past. That year, Lowes would never forget the tall and straight figure who earnestly taught him. If it weren't for Lawrence, how could he, Lowes, become the new 18th mountain god? If it weren't for Lawrence, how could he, Lowes, break through the great success, holy physique, so quickly? Juoen, after drinking, I want to show you something. This thing was given to me by teacher Lawrence. With a sigh, Lowes suddenly transmitted his voice to Juoen. Juoen was startled and immediately nodded gently. After Lowes mentioned Lawrence, Juoen was also a bit sad. He would never forget the memories that Lawrence had told him face to face and the relieved expression that Lawrence had when he entered his body. All of this made Juoen sigh in his heart. Let's drink first. Chapter 15:21. 9-turn golden crack pattern after drinking. Mise and Lucy bid farewell to Juoen and Lowes and left the 18th mountain. After Mise and Lucy left, Juoen and Lowes sat opposite each other without speaking. After a moment of silence, Lowes looked at Juoen and said, "Juoen, come with me. That thing belongs to teacher Lawrence. I'll take you to see it first. However, I want to make it clear that this thing is very dangerous." After saying that, Lowes took the lead and walked into the palace at the center of the mountain peak. Juoen revealed a surprised expression. From Lowes' tone and words, he realized that the thing that Lowes was talking about was probably very dangerous. I wonder what the thing that Senior Lowes is talking about is. With a curious expression, Juoen followed Lowes into the palace. Lowes stopped in the center of the palace. There stood a stone pillar that was 3 meters tall and as thick as several people hugging it. At the top of the stone pillar, there was a golden light shining. This ray of light rushed to the ceiling of the palace and formed a huge golden light pillar. Countless densely packed golden runes floated within the pillar of light. These runes were obscure and difficult to understand. Juoen couldn't understand what they meant. However, when he looked carefully, Juoen discovered that although there were many rune markings, they were actually all repeated. These densely packed rune markings should be divided into 9 different rune markings. These 9 runes were repeated over and over again, covering every corner of the golden light pillar. "What is this?" Juoen came to Lowes' side and asked softly as his gaze fell on the golden light pillar. The 9-cycle golden crack rune is a secret technique that teacher Lao Si treasured greatly. It is said that this secret technique was given to him by the first mountain god. It has a very high degree of compatibility with teacher's saint body. Moreover, when combined with the myriad Tao indestructible divine body, they bring out the best of each other. Liao Si sighed softly. A secret technique given to him by the first mountain god. Juoen whispered in shock. The first mountain god was a legendary figure in the entire upper realm. He was deeply respected by countless beings in the upper realm. Even the 18th mountain god had never seen the first mountain god's true face. It could be said that the first mountain god, who had never shown his face, was extremely mysterious. One could imagine how precious a secret technique that was given to Lawrence by such an existence was. It was no wonder that Lowes was so cautious about it. 9-turn golden crack pattern, Lowes. Have you cultivated golden crack pattern? Juoen asked Lowes. Lowes nodded. Lowes lease. Lowes is Lowes too. Lowes time is Juoen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Lowes' words really made him scratch his head. Or rather, he didn't quite understand what Lowes meant. Juoen, the cultivation method of the 9-revolution golden split rune is very cruel. It requires you to draw these 9 golden runes on your soul. Every successful drawing of a golden rune can increase your physique by 1,000-fold. But the soul is the foundation of the human body. Even if it's just a slight movement of the soul, it will cause great damage to the body. Back then, I tried it. I could barely bear it. When I drew a single stroke, especially the pain. It's not something an ordinary person can endure. So, in the end, I gave up on cultivating the 9-revolution golden split pattern. At this point, Loz's face turned slightly red. He was clearly ashamed. Drawing runes on the soul, Zhuowen was shocked as well. The cultivation method of the 9-revolution golden crack pattern was too harsh. The soul was the most important thing. If one wasn't careful, it could easily leave behind hidden dangers. It could even cause one's soul to dissipate. Senior Lawrence should have cultivated the 9-revolution golden crack pattern, right? How many runes did he cultivate? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Teacher Lawrence cultivated 3 runes. During his time, the 18th mountain was ranked in the top 10. However, Senior Lawrence later entered the 19th mountain, and the 18th mountain gradually declined. At this point, Loz looked a little ashamed. Obviously, he couldn't manage the 18th mountain in an orderly manner like Lawrence. Therefore, he felt a little guilty. He cultivated 3 runes? That's really amazing. From Loz's words, Zhuowen knew how harsh and painful it was to cultivate the 9-revolution golden crack pattern. Loz couldn't even endure 1 rune. It was already very powerful for him to be able to cultivate 3 runes. You have the holy bone that Teacher Lawrence gave you. Cultivating the 9-revolution golden crack pattern will also help you break through the holy body. At this point, Loz reached out with his right hand. The golden light pillars suddenly shattered, and the 9 golden runes flew out and landed in Loz's palm. The 9-revolution golden crack pattern originally belonged to Teacher Lawrence. Giving it to you is another way of returning it to its rightful owner. However, cultivating the 9-revolution golden crack pattern is too harsh. If you think it's inappropriate, I think it's best for you to stop cultivating it. At this point, Loz's face was full of caution and even a little helplessness. Staring at the 9 golden runes floating in his palm, Zhuowen nodded seriously and said, Senior Loz, don't worry. I'll do my best. That's good. Take me with you when you go out this time. I'm tired of staying in the upper realm. I've long wanted to go out. Suddenly, Loz rubbed his hands and chuckled. Of course. Since Senior Loz wants to go out for a walk, I'll definitely accompany you. After chatting with Loz for a while, Zhuowen took Loz through the upper realm and entered the second heaven, the Panic Major World. In the Panic Major World, they found Lu Hantian and the others. After instructing the 5 of them to stay in the Blue Dragon Palace for a while, Zhuowen took Loz and left the Blue Dragon Palace. However, before leaving, Zhuowen also took Kanan and Gatha with him. In a spacious courtyard in Ryuka, Zhuowen stared at Kanan and Gatha with a strange gaze and said, Kanan, Gatha, your family is at the border between the Eastern Lands and the Southern Barbarian? Loz stood not far away from the courtyard, bored. However, he was not interested in the matter between Kanan and Gatha, so he did not listen to the conversation between the 3 of them. Brother Zhuowen, my sister and my family are at the border between the Eastern Lands and the Southern Barbarian. This time, you just happen to be going to the Southern Barbarian. My sister and I plan to go back to our family first, and then follow you to the Southern Barbarian. Kanan said with a smile. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded and said, How about this? Since it's on the way, I can stay in your family for a few days. After that, we'll continue on our way to the Southern Barbarian. Thank you, Brother Zhuowen. Kanan and Gatha were extremely excited. After sending Kanan and Gatha back to the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen brought Loz with him and walked towards the core hall of the Ryuka. At the same time, he used the communication jade charm to inform Long Xiaotian. In the hall, the upper echelons of the Ryuka were seated, and Long Xiangding and Long Xiaotian were seated at the head of the table. Seeing Zhuowen enter the hall, Long Xiangding and Long Xiaotian both went forward to welcome him. Now that the Ryuka had gained a firm foothold in the Dragon Phantom realm, countless forces in the Dragon Phantom realm respected the Ryuka, and no one dared to offend the Ryuka. Therefore, Zhuowen's grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, had completely changed his surname to Long, and the rest of the Zhuo family had also changed their surname to Long. As for Zhuowen, he did not change his surname. To outsiders, he was still known as Zhuowen, but the Ryuka people would call him Long One. "Father, is everything ready?" Zhuowen looked at Long Xiaotian and smiled. "Haha, everything is ready. This time, I have carefully selected the Ryuka's elite martial artists, and nearly 1,000 of them will follow us to the southern barbarian lands. These are the family's most elite prodigies, and they are all very strong." Long Xiaotian laughed heartily. Speaking up to this point, he secretly transmitted his voice, and continued, "I have already used a portion of the dragon soul I obtained last time to create several acquired dragon soul martial artists for the family. However, compared to the innate dragon soul martial artists, the acquired dragon soul martial artists are slightly weaker, but overall they are much stronger than ordinary martial artists." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said, "Father, thank you for your hard work." "We are family. Why are you saying this?" Long Xiaotian waved his hand and said. Long Xiangding walked in front of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. He did not object, but said seriously, "The two of you are the hope of Ryuka. Be careful on this trip to the southern barbarian lands." Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian looked at each other and nodded seriously. "Father, don't worry. Grandfather, don't worry." After that, the Ryuka's higher-ups chatted with Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian for a while, and then the two of them left the hall. In Ryuka, there was a huge square, and at this moment there were groups of people lined up neatly in the square. The auras of these people were extremely strong, and they were like wild beasts, terrifying and frightening. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures rushed over and knelt on one knee on the ground. They said loudly, "Greetings to Lord Longwen and Lord Long Xiaotian. Zhuowen, these are the elite disciples that I have carefully selected. They will definitely be of great use in this trip to the southern barbarian lands." Long Xiaotian pointed at the people in the square and smiled. "Okay, I will put them into the Azure Dragon Palace first." With that, Zhuowen summoned the huge Azure Dragon Palace, and it floated above the square. The majestic Azure Dragon Palace shocked all the elite disciples in the square. They had heard of Zhuowen's rumors, and they all guessed that this palace was the mysterious immortal saint artifact. At the thought of being able to see such a powerful immortal saint artifact, many disciples' faces flushed with excitement. Whoosh! A huge suction force gushed out, and nearly 1,000 martial artists in the square disappeared into the Azure Dragon Palace. After putting away the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen took out a chariot from his spirit ring. For huge bronze horses were tied to the front of the chariot. These 4 bronze horses were like living creatures, and they trotted down from the sky and landed in front of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. This chariot is a profound saint artifact that I got from the 4th floor of the treasure repository. It can travel at a tremendous speed. Father, we can take this chariot to the southern barbarian lands. Zhuowen said with a smile. Chapter 1522. By May the bronze horse galloped through the air like lightning and disappeared from the dragon spirit realm in an instant. Zhuowen didn't go directly to the southern barbarian lands. Instead, he went to the divine, nether realm first. After all, he had an agreement with Yanji and the other two to go to the southern barbarian lands together. When the chariot landed in the divine, Nether Academy, Zhuowen noticed that there was another familiar figure besides the three old men. Master, you're going to the southern barbarian lands without a word. Are you planning to abandon Wu Dai? Wu Dai flapped her wings and jumped onto the chariot. She kept hitting Zhuowen's chest with her fists as she cursed. Zhuowen was stunned. He stood there stiffly but didn't resist. He didn't expect Wu Dai to be waiting at the divine Nether Academy. His original plan was not to bring Wu Dai. After all, she was a demon saint. If she stayed in the demon nether realm and slowly developed, she would definitely become the palace master of the demon nether realm. It was too dangerous to accompany him to the southern barbarian lands. So Zhuowen didn't go to the demon nether realm to see Wu Dai and didn't mention this matter to her. Zhuowen, I'm sorry. This little girl is too clingy. We didn't mean to let it slip. Yanji blushed. Zhuowen felt somewhat helpless. He grabbed Wu Dai's sparkling and translucent hand and said, "Stop messing around. It was Master's fault for not informing you earlier. It's not like I can't bring you along now. However, you have to listen to everything I say and stay in the Azure Dragon Hall." Hearing this, Wu Dai's tears turned into smiles, and she giggled as she tugged on Zhuowen's arm. "I knew Master was the best, hee." Zhuowen knew that Wu Dai was faking it, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He looked at the three old men and said, "Martial uncles, before we reach the southern barbarian lands, why don't you enter the Azure Dragon Hall first?" Yanji and the other two looked at each other. Among them, Yanji said, "Is that stinking brat Han Tian also in the Azure Dragon Hall?" Zhuowen nodded slightly. However, Yanji said somewhat angrily, "I knew that this stinking brat left with you. What an ungrateful little bastard. Let's see if I don't teach him a lesson when I go in." Although Yanji's words were very impolite, Zhuowen knew that Yanji was joking. Judging from his behavior, Yanji should have been very worried about Lu Hantian's safety. "Father, follow them in. After you enter, you can use the time flow inside to refine the sword of 10,000 sacrifices," Zhuowen said to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian nodded his head and said, "All right, bring us all into the Azure Dragon Palace." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon Palace again. Immediately, Yanji and the other two, Long Xiaotian, and Wu Dai's group of 5 were all brought into the Azure Dragon Palace. All of a sudden, only Zhuowen and Loz were left in the 4-bronze chariot. The outside world is really completely different from the upper realm. Loz looked around. Looking at the scenery of the divine nether realm, he would exclaim in admiration from time to time. Zhuowen laughed and said, "The scenery of the outside world is much more colorful than the upper realm. Senior Loz, when the time comes, I'll bring you to have a good taste. Now, let's go to the southern wilderness first." As he spoke, the 4-bronze chariot stepped on its 4 iron hooves. The sound of rolling thunder came from the void. Then, the chariot tore through the void and disappeared from the divine nether realm. The 4-bronze chariot caused such a big commotion, so it naturally attracted the attention of many divine nether realm martial artists. However, when they saw the youth at the front of the chariot, all the martial artists revealed expressions of reverence, because they all recognized the youth's true identity. He was the initiator of the Blue Dragon Hall's destruction, Zhuowen. Therefore, they did not dare to talk about it wantonly. The 4-bronze chariot left the 9th Netherworld realm and went all the way south. It swept across the eastern land's southern border like a flash of lightning. After leaving the 9th Netherworld realm, Zhuowen purposely made a trip to the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire's predecessor was the Qing Xian Empire. However, after the Qing Emperor was destroyed by Zhuowen, the White Brow Emperor changed it to the Black Dragon Empire. Rumble! the 4 bronze chariots' heavy wheels flew across the sky and instantly descended in the sky above the imperial capital of the Black Dragon Empire. What is this? What a terrifying pressure! Could it be a peerless expert from the 9th Netherworld realm? The pressure on this chariot is not something we can withstand. The moment the 4 bronze chariot descended in the sky above the imperial capital, countless martial artists in the imperial capital involuntarily knelt on the ground. Some of the weaker martial artists even spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In an instant, the bustling imperial capital fell into silence because of the arrival of the 4 bronze chariot. All the martial artists involuntarily knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Zhuowen looked down at the imperial capital. With a stroke of his right hand, he withdrew the powerful saint aura on the 4 bronze chariot. The 4 bronze chariot was a profound saint artifact. It might not be much to Zhuowen, but to the martial artists of the Black Dragon Empire, it was simply like a scourge. It was extremely terrifying and terrifying. Where is the White Brow Emperor? Zhuowen looked down at the imperial capital and said indifferently, although it was very soft, it was like a rumbling thunder in the ears of all the martial artists. It was so loud that it hurt their eardrums. This person is so terrifying. Just a sentence from him is enough to make my eardrums hurt. This is already beyond the scope of the Emperor realm. Could this young man be a saint? Finally, someone guessed. Many martial artists involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to look at the 4 bronze chariot and Zhuowen on it. Loz, who was sitting at the back of the chariot, curiously stared at the countless martial artists kneeling below the imperial capital. He revealed a look of interest. In Loz's view, all the living creatures in the imperial capital were lowly and weak. He only needed to stretch out his hand to turn the entire imperial capital into ruins. However, there were many things in the imperial capital that seemed so novel and special in Loz's eyes. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It was a feast for his eyes. Not long after Zhuowen's voice fell, the White Brow Emperor flew out of the imperial capital palace in the center of the imperial capital in fear and trepidation. He came to the 4 bronze chariot and knelt on the ground. He respectfully said, "The White Brow Emperor greets the master." Many people in the imperial capital were stunned when they heard the White Brow Emperor's words. However, they were only stunned for a moment before they came back to their senses. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the White Brow Emperor calling the young man on the chariot master. This was because the young man in front of them was suspected to be a saint. Saints only existed in the mysterious 9 Netherworld realm. In a small imperial capital like theirs, even the Emperor realm was considered a top expert. As for saints, they were simply unreachable existences. Now, everyone was sure that the young man on the chariot was definitely a saint. To be able to become a servant of a saint was a kind of luck for many martial artists in the outside world. It was extremely common for the weak to rely on the strong since ancient times. If the weak relied on the strong at the level of a saint, it was undoubtedly an extremely lucky thing. At this moment, the White Brow Emperor's heart was filled with excitement and complex emotions. Even he didn't expect that Zhuowen, a humble young man from the Qingxian Empire, could achieve such achievements. Although he was only a mid-level Emperor realm expert, he could conclude that Zhuowen was definitely a saint. He raised his head slightly and looked at the valiant and formidable figure standing on the 4 bronze chariot. Looking at the young man who was like a demon, the White Brow Emperor's heart was filled with complex emotions. Rumble! Zhuowen stopped the 4 bronze chariot in front of the White Brow Emperor. At the same time, he waved his right hand and 4 figures rushed out of the Azure Dragon Palace. These 4 figures were none other than the White Brow Emperor, Ziyang, Huang Liang, Xia, and Guanghan, who had followed the White Brow Emperor and followed Zhuowen. These 5 people were heavenly venerables who were highly regarded by the Azure Arch of the Azure Mystic Empire. Later on, they were killed by Zhuowen. Zhuowen took their nascent souls and used a secret technique to reconstruct their physical bodies, taking them in as slaves. Among the 4, Ziyang's cultivation base was the highest. He was an invincible emperor lord who had comprehended the laws. Huang Liang, Xia, and Guanghan's talents were not as good as Ziyang's. Although they had cultivated in the Azure Dragon Palace for a long time, they were still high-level emperors. On the path of martial arts, not everyone was able to continuously advance triumphantly. Only those with great talent and a firm will could continue to walk down this path. Ziyang, Huang Liang, Xia, and Guanghan. The White Brow Emperor stared at Ziyang, and the others in shock. He couldn't see through their cultivation bases at all. Ziyang's aura was so vast that it made him tremble. He knew that these 4 people's cultivation bases were much higher than his. Thinking that he was only a 4th-level Great Emperor, he felt bitter. He knew that if he hadn't been assigned by Zhuowen to manage the Black Dragon dynasty, he might have reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm instead of the 4th-level Great Emperor realm. Although a 4th-level Great Emperor realm was considered a peak expert in the outside world, it was in the 9 regions of the Black Dragon dynasty. However, White Brow was very clear that this kind of cultivation could only be considered as an ordinary existence in the core of the eastern lands like the 9 Netherworld realm. There were many people who were stronger than him in the 9 Netherworld realm. Master, Ziyang and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully. After witnessing the battle in the 9 Netherworld realm, their respect for Zhuowen grew stronger and stronger. They didn't dare to act rashly. Zhuowen nodded slightly and pointed at the White Brow Emperor. White Brow, come here for a moment. The White Brow Emperor was startled and walked to the 4 bronze chariot cautiously. At this moment, the White Brow Emperor was extremely nervous. Although the 4 bronze chariots Saint Aura had been withdrawn by Zhuowen, the 4 majestic horses still gave the White Brow Emperor great pressure. White Brow, I told you that if you manage the Black Dragon dynasty well, I won't mistreat you. The Black Dragon dynasty is indeed well managed. Now, I'll fulfill my promise. I'll help you raise your cultivation base. Now, close your eyes and relax your body and mind. Hearing this, the White Brow Emperor was excited. He hurriedly followed Zhuowen's instructions and closed his eyes, relaxing his heart. Zhuowen took out an upper-grade immortal pill from his spiritual ring and crushed it. At the same time, he activated the saint energy in his body and refined the medicinal power of the immortal pill into surging energy. Chapter 1523. Curse. As Zhuowen infused saint energy and immortal elixirs into Bai Mei's body, Bai Mei's aura grew stronger and stronger. After Zhuowen withdrew his finger sword, a terrifying storm of Yuan Qi emerged from Bai Mei's back. Terrifying winds and clouds gathered in the horizon of the imperial capital. It was a terrifying sight. Bai Mei, I've used 3 superior-grade immortal elixirs and my saint energy to raise your cultivation to the 9th-level monarch realm. Whether you can become an invincible monarch, Lord, depends on you. I can't help you much with laws. Zhuowen withdrew his right hand and looked at Bai Mei indifferently. His indifferent voice kept echoing. Bai Mei suddenly opened his eyes, and the violent storm dissipated. Then he knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with cultivation." At this moment, the disappointment in Bai Mei's heart had completely disappeared. He had stayed in the Black Dragon dynasty and helped Zhuowen guard it for many years. He finally got the reward he deserved. Ziyang and the others were not surprised at all. They had personally experienced how strong Zhuowen was. With Zhuowen's terrifying glimpse sage strength, raising Bai Mei's cultivation was just a piece of cake. Ziyang, do you know why I summoned you? Zhuowen turned around and suddenly looked at Ziyang and the others. I don't know. Please enlighten me, master. Ziyang bowed, respectfully. Zhuowen stepped into the void and looked down at the entire eastern land. He said, the Black Dragon Dynasty's territory is too small. What do you mean, master? Ziyang guessed something, and his eyes showed a hint of excitement. Conquer the entire eastern land and destroy all the dynasties outside of the 9th Netherworld realm. The eastern land will only allow one dynasty, and it will be called the Black Dragon Dynasty. The Black Dragon Dynasty will only listen to Ryuka. Zhuowen spat out these words word by word. His voice was very soft, but in everyone's ears, it was like a rumbling thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. Zhuowen's words were simple, but in the ears of Bai Mei and everyone from the Black Dragon Empire, they sounded extremely impassioned. Understood. Ziyang, white eyebrows, and the other four all knelt on the ground and replied respectfully, I look forward to your performance. When the true Black Dragon Dynasty spreads throughout the East, let the glory of the Ryuka shine upon this land. If you feel that the Black Dragon Empire is not enough, you can go to Ryuka and look for my grandfather, Long Xiangding. This is my identity token. With this identity token, it is as if I am here in person. Zhuowen threw his badge to Ziyang. For heaven-shaking horse, cries soared into the sky as the chariot disappeared from the sky above the capital. As soon as the chariot left, countless cultivators who were kneeling on the ground stood up, trembling. Everyone still had lingering fear in their hearts. They knew very well that someone like Zhuowen could destroy the entire Black Dragon Empire with just a wave of his hand. Brother Ziyang, when are we going to start cleaning up the other empires? Bai Mei suddenly asked Ziyang. In 3 days. However, the Flame Emperor of the Yanxian Empire, which is next to our Black Dragon Empire, has some friendship with Master. Master's friend, Mo Lingtian, is the Flame Emperor's son. As for the Yanxian Empire, Master told me not to cause trouble for them. It's best to help the Yanxian Empire and recruit them into our Black Dragon Empire to discuss important matters together. Ziyang said, I know. The Black Dragon Empire has always had a good relationship with the Yanxian Empire. I can find the Flame Emperor to discuss this matter. Bai Mei nodded. Xia suddenly interjected. In the past, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Brilliance Holy Dynasty tried to kill Master. They even sent many Emperor Realm experts to assassinate Master. Why don't we start with these two holy dynasties? Sister Xia is right. These two empires were very arrogant back then. This time, we'll let them taste the feeling of being wiped out. Huang Liang licked his lips and said cruelly. Ziyang nodded. Then it's settled. We'll start with the Alcade Holy Dynasty and the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. Bai Mei, call the Flame Emperor over as soon as possible. We'll attack the Alcade Holy Dynasty and the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty in 3 days. And so, 3 days later, the Eastern lands began a campaign that lasted for several months. The Black Dragon Dynasty suddenly rose from the Eastern land and swept away all the dynasties in the Eastern land, big and small. The first to suffer were the Brilliance Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. In just a single night, the Black Dragon Dynasty's cultivators breached their city gates, and most of their cultivators were captured. The holy capitals of the two empires were massacred, and the holy lords of the two empires were killed by a peerless expert named Ziyang with a single move. This matter shocked countless empires in the Eastern lands. As the Black Dragon Empire swept away more and more empires, the weaker ones even took the initiative to surrender, not daring to fight with the Black Dragon Empire. In an instant, the Black Dragon Empire's name spread throughout the Eastern lands. Many empires in the Eastern lands trembled at the mention of the Black Dragon Empire. They didn't dare to fight with the Black Dragon Empire. Of course, the Black Dragon Empire's sweeping of the Eastern lands was a story for another time. Whoosh! 3 days later, at the border between the Eastern lands and the Southern barbarians, a thunderous sound came from the sky, followed by a terrifying 4-bronze chariot. On a desolate slope, Zhuo and Liao Si walked down from the chariot, and then they looked around, yet they noticed that this place was completely empty. 100 meters in front of the barren land, there was a huge gully. The gully was hundreds of meters wide and thousands of meters deep. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It looked like a pitch-black abyss. Zhuo knew that the gully was the border between the Eastern lands and the Southern barbarians. However, what surprised Zhuo was that there was no one at the border. How could the family that Canaan and Gatha had mentioned be here? What the hell is this place? There's no one around. There's nothing here. Lowe's looked around and muttered, "Looks like I'll have to ask Canaan and Gatha." As he spoke, Zhuo took out the Blue Dragon token and summoned Canaan and Gatha from the Blue Dragon Hall. "Canaan, Gatha, I've arrived at the border of the Eastern lands, but there's no one here. Where's your family?" Zhuo asked. Canaan and Gatha were stunned at first, but they smiled at each other and said, "Our family does live at the border, but they don't live on the surface. They live underground." Underground? Zhuo and Lowe's were stunned. They didn't expect Canaan and Gatha's family to live underground. It was a little strange. They could live on the surface, but they chose to live underground. Perhaps because he sensed the strange gazes from Zhuo and Lowe's, Canaan smiled bitterly. "Brother Zhuo, there's something you don't know. The surface of the border is not habitable. If it was, our family would have moved to the surface long ago." "Oh, is there something you're hiding?" Zhuo asked curiously. Canaan nodded. He pointed at the terrifying gorge in front of them and said, "A powerful demon saint once died in that gorge. That demon saint was unwilling to die, so he left behind a curse in that gorge. The curse is that every night the demon saint's resentment would create a parade of 100 ghosts, which would bewitch many residents on the surface into jumping into the gorge. In the past, there were several bustling cities here, but due to the existence of the gorge's curse, most people have died. The remaining people have all fled the border, never daring to approach it again." Zhuo narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He stared at the huge gorge. No wonder he had always felt that the gorge was not simple. It turned out that a powerful sacred beast had died in the depths of the gorge. "Since there's a curse here, why hasn't your family left? Instead, you've stayed here," Lowe's asked in surprise. Zhuo also stared at Canaan and Gatha in confusion. He had the same doubts as Lowe's. Since there was a curse here, their family should have left. Canaan and Gatha looked at each other and sighed softly. "This is also the same as us. However, the elders of our family said that there's something the family has to protect in the gorge. They had to stay here, so our family has always stayed here. Something they have to protect." Zhuo and Lowe's felt more and more confused. Canaan and Gatha's family was really a little strange. "Bring us to your family first. If I'm not wrong, your return to your family this time isn't as simple as just seeing your family members, right? Are you planning to help your family members break the gorgeous curse?" Zhuo stared sharply at Canaan and Gatha. Their eyes flickered, but they fell silent. "If it's possible, I'll enter the gorge with you. Let's go to your family first," Zhuo said indifferently. "Big brother Zhuo, thank you." Canaan and Gatha looked at each other and couldn't hide the surprise in their eyes. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "The two of you have been with me for a long time. It's not difficult to help you enter the gorge." Zhuowen had reached the glimpse saint realm and possessed 7 types of laws and several types of saint artifacts. He indeed had the qualifications to be so proud. Even if the demon saint in the gorge was a heaven-defying demon saint, it was just a trace of resentment. It couldn't do anything to Zhuowen. Therefore, Canaan and Gatha brought Zhuowen and Loz to the wasteland. The two of them stopped about 10 miles away from the gorge. Canaan took out a small bamboo tube the size of a thumb. The bamboo tube had a sharp end. He inserted it into the ground and muttered something. Instantly, countless dense patterns appeared on the surface of the bamboo tube. A vast aura surged out of the bamboo tube and spread in all directions. Rumble. Chapter 1524. Jia Clan. The bamboo tube was hollow, and when it stopped moving, a flight of stairs appeared in the center of the tube, leading downwards. "This is the entrance. We'll reach the underground city if we go down. My clan is in the underground city." Jia Nan smiled at Zhuowen. As he spoke, Jia Nan and Gatha took the lead and entered the depths of the bamboo tube. Zhuowen and Loz did not hesitate and followed closely behind them. The 4 of them walked in the dark bamboo tube for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn before landing on the ground. Only when he stepped on the ground did Zhuowen discover that the ground was actually made of hard limestone slabs. Afterwards, he looked around and discovered that the walls around him were actually made of limestone slabs as well. It was as if Zhuowen was not underground at this moment, but in a palace. On the 2 sides of the neat walls, a luminous pearl was embedded at every interval to illuminate the darkness of the passageway. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a stern shout rang out, not far from the passageway. A young girl led a group of fully armed people and stared at Zhuowen's group of 4 vigilantly. "Young Master Jianan, young Miss Gatha, is it really you? I didn't expect you to return." A linen-clothed old man walked out from behind the young girl. At this moment, the old man stared at Jianan and Gatha with an excited expression as his entire body trembled. The linen-clothed old man's actions caused the young girl in the lead to reveal a surprised expression. Afterwards, the young girl asked in a strange manner, "Elder Yin, you wouldn't be talking about Big Brother Jianan and Big Sister Gatha, right? Didn't they go to Jiashan Academy to study?" The linen-clothed old man was extremely excited. He quickly walked up to Jianan and Gatha and sized them up. After that, he sternly said to the people behind him, "Put down your weapons. These 2 are young Master Jianan and young Miss Gatha." With that, the fully armed people all let out a sigh of relief and put down their weapons. Elder Yan's prestige amongst them was rather high. Since Elder Yan had said so, they naturally would not disobey his orders. "Elder Yan, we've returned." Jianan and Gatha both smiled and spoke rather excitedly. "Are you really Big Brother Jianan and Big Sister Gatha that the elders in the clan have been constantly talking about?" The young girl had flashed over to Elder Yan's side. Her beautiful large eyes blinked as she stared at Jia, Nan, and Gatha. "You're Jiayan, right? It's been so many years of age." Gatha stroked the young girl's hair and spoke in a doting manner. "Jiayan, so you're the little bug that used to follow Sister Jiasha around? You've grown so big in the blink of an eye." Canaan chuckled. "I'm not a follower," Jiayan said coquettishly. Her appearance was extremely cute. Jianan cracked a smile and said, "That was in the past, but not now. So many years have passed since I last returned, and you've grown so big and beautiful." Jiayan giggled when she heard that. She was extremely happy. At this moment, Elder Yan's gaze became serious. This was because he discovered that he was actually unable to see through Jia, Nan, and Gatha. In fact, he was unable to see through Zhuowen and those behind them. Elder Yin had a rather high status in the clan. He was a high-level emperor as well, but he was unable to see through the cultivation of the 4 people before him. This meant that all 4 of them, including Jia, Nan, and Gatha, were stronger than him. Young Master Jia, Nan, Miss Gatha, what are your cultivations now? Elder Yin could not help but ask. Jianan coughed and blushed slightly. I'm sorry. My cultivation isn't very high. I'm only a half-saint. With that, Jianan glanced at Gatha, Zhuowen, and those behind her. His face grew even redder as he felt rather ashamed. He was the weakest amongst the 4 of them, so it was very normal for him to feel ashamed. Hiss! When Jianan said this, Old Yen and the people behind him all sucked in a breath of cold air. The half-saint realm was an unreachable existence to them. After all, even the strongest elder of their clan didn't possess a cultivation as formidable as the half-saint realm. However, Jia Nan was only a junior, and he hadn't been away for more than 20 years. His cultivation had risen so quickly in such a short period of time. It was truly beyond their expectations. Big brother Jia, Nan, are you really a half-saint? Then aren't you even stronger than Elder Yen? Jiao Yen was rather surprised as well. She pulled on Jia Nan's sleeve and blinked her large eyes as she spoke. Jia Nan was rather embarrassed and said, I'm not strong at all. Little sister Gatha has already become a saint. She's a void saint now. Hiss! Everyone in the surroundings inhaled a breath of cool air in unison when Jia Nan's words were spoken. They looked towards Jia Sha in succession as if they were asking the latter if Jia Nan's words were true. Gatha was slightly embarrassed from being stared at by so many people, but she still nodded and said, Yes, Big brother Jia Nan is right. My cultivation has indeed reached the void saint realm. Elder Yen and the others fell into silence again. In the end, Elder Yen said excitedly, Good, good, good. Sending the 2 of you to Jia Shin Academy was the right choice. Jia, Nan, Gatha, our clan really didn't misjudge the 2 of you. Gatha said rather shyly, It's all thanks to Elder Yen and the other elders' love for sending us to Jia Shin Academy to further our studies. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to have such achievements. Jia Nan nodded, and then he pulled Zhuowen to Elder Yen and said with a smile, Elder Yen, let me introduce you. This is Big Brother Zhuowen. The reason our cultivation has risen so quickly is actually mostly because of Big Brother Zhuowen. Jia Nan chuckled and said, Big Brother Zhuowen is also a saint. His cultivation is already at the profound glimpse saint realm, and he's very strong. He defeated a saint at the Sky Yin saint realm. As soon as he said that, Elder Yan's right hand trembled. He stared at Zhuowen in disbelief and said, Profound glimpse saint realm, and he defeated a Sky Yin saint realm expert? This time, Elder Yen was really shocked. Zhuowen didn't look old, but he was already at the profound glimpse saint realm. Moreover, what was even more unbelievable was that this boy had defeated a Sky Yin saint realm expert at the profound glimpse saint realm. He had practically defeated a Sky Saint realm expert at the profound glimpse saint realm. How was this possible? Elder Yen, there's no need to doubt it. Big Brother Zhuowen is a monstrous genius who has comprehended 7 types of laws. Jia Nen said again. Elder Yan's mouth slowly opened. He was almost completely numb, and he couldn't even close it. Every word that Jia Nen said was too inconceivable to Elder Yen, but he also knew that Jia Nen wouldn't play tricks on him. Taking a deep breath, Elder Yen hurriedly reached out and held Zhuowen's hand. He said rather enthusiastically, So it's young Master Zhua. Jia, Nan, and Gatha are indebted to young Master Zhua for taking care of us. That's why we have our current achievements. It's our honor to have young Master Zhua visit our Jia clan today. And who is this? As he spoke, Elder Yen looked at Lowe's. His gaze was full of courtesy. He could feel that Lowe's gave him a great sense of threat. He was sure that this bald, burly Lowe's was definitely in existence more dangerous than Zhuowen. At the same time, Elder Yen was extremely puzzled. He was both surprised and delighted that Jia, Nan, and Gatha knew such a powerful existence. He's Lowe's. He's my friend. Zhuowen introduced casually. Naturally, he wouldn't say much about Lowe's. After all, even if he told Elder Yen about Lowe's origins, Elder Yen wouldn't know. Elder Yen nodded politely at Lowe's. Then he walked to Jianan and Gatha's side and said, "You've come back just in time. Elder Song is about to die. He wants to see the two of you one last time." "What? Elder Song is about to die? How is that possible?" Jianan and Gatha's expressions changed drastically. Elder Song was the closest elder to them in the clan. Moreover, both of their parents had died when they were young. It was Elder Song who had raised them. Moreover, the fact that they were able to study at Jiashan Academy was inseparable from Elder Song's recommendation. "Come with me first." Last time, the curse in the ravine appeared too abruptly. At that time, Elder Song and a team from the clan were investigating outside and happened to encounter this wave of curse. In order to escort the others underground, Elder Song blocked the curse by himself. In the end, his life was in danger. At this point, Elder Yan's eyes were full of sighs. Then he led Jia, Nan, Gatha, and the others into the depths of the tunnel. After reaching the end of the tunnel, Zhuowen discovered that the other end of the tunnel was an extremely spacious underground world. The ground was still made of limestone slabs. The surroundings were like a small city with several streets. On both sides of the streets were rows of buildings with pavilions and towers in picturesque disorder. Above the underground world hung a large luminous pearl. Its intense light illuminated the dusky underground world. There were many people on the streets. The entrance of Elder Yen and the others caused quite a commotion. After all, Elder Yan's reputation in the underground world was quite high. Elder Yen led the way, with Jia Lian following behind. They walked straight to the center of the underground world. There was an ancient-looking pavilion there. Elder Yen, outside the pavilion, the guards all lowered their heads and bowed respectfully when they saw Elder Yen. Then they made way for Elder Yen and the others to enter the pavilion. Elder Yen completely ignored the guards and led the group inside. After arriving at the hall, Elder Yen politely said to Zhuowen and Lowe's, "The two of you, Jia, Nan, and Gatha, have some private matters to attend to. I hope that the two of you can sit here for a while. If there's anything that's lacking in hospitality, I hope that the two of you can forgive us." Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Since it's an urgent matter, Elder Yen, you don't have to bother with the two of us. Just bring Jia, Nan, and Gatha in." "Excuse me." Elder Yen cupped his hands in respect. He didn't dare to treat Zhuowen poorly. After all, this was a terrifying monster at the glimpse profound Saint Realm who had grasped 7 types of laws. Coupled with the powerful Lowe's by Zhuowen's side, the two of them could directly slaughter the Jia clan. How could he not be cautious? After speaking, Elder Yen cupped his hands again and led Jia, Nan, and Gatha into the depths of the pavilion. Zhuowen knew that Elder Yen had probably brought Jia, Nan, and Gatha in to visit that so-called Elder Song. Chapter 1525. Drawing golden markings, Jia, Nan, and Jia Sha entered the deepest part of the building. Around an hour later, they came out one after another. Jia Sha was sobbing, as though she had encountered an extremely sad matter. As for Jia Nan, he was even more silent and ghastly pale. Elder Yen and Jia Lian followed behind them and sighed helplessly. "What's wrong? How's Elder Song doing?" Zhuowen could not help but ask when he saw their expressions. "Big Brother Zhua, Elder Song probably won't make it. I know you're very powerful and you're an arcana master as well. Perhaps you might have a way to save Elder Song." Suddenly, Gatha quickly walked over to Zhuowen and pulled on Zhuowen's hands as she spoke tearfully. However, Elder Yin shook his head and said, "Gatha, it's too late. Elder Song's curse has already seeped into his soul. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if this little brother possesses extraordinary abilities, it's not very likely that he can remove the curse from Elder Song. No, others might not be able to remove it, but Big Brother Zhua can." Gatha shook her head and spoke with extreme determination. This Elder Yen looked at the stubborn Gatha with some helplessness. He could only nod and say, "Young Master Zhua, you can try if you want. Please come with me." As he spoke, Elder Yen led the way. In his opinion, the curse had already seeped into Elder Song's soul. Even a celestial saint might not be able to save him, let alone Zhuowen. They arrived at a simple and elegant room. The furnishings within were very simple. An old man lay on his back on a bed deep within the room. The old man's face twitched and his veins bulged. His eyes were a glossy green as he struggled incessantly. However, the old man was bound by terrifying black chains. Although he struggled with all his might, he was unable to break free from the chains at all. Zhuowen arrived beside the bed. The old man glared furiously at him. He bared his fangs, and saliva dripped from his mouth as he bared his fangs and brandished his claws at Zhuowen. Staring at the old man, Zhuowen extended his right sword finger and quickly tapped the old man's forehead. The old man immediately closed his eyes and fainted. After the old man fainted, Zhuowen's consciousness was like a thread that extended into the depths of the old man's sea of consciousness. The old man's sea of consciousness was almost dried up, even revealing the riverbed below. A cloud of black gas floated above the riverbed of the sea of consciousness. Zhuowen's will swept out and found that there was an old man wrapped in the black gas. This old man was none other than Elder Song. Elder Song was enveloped by the black gas. This black gas was like a river that flowed into the sea. It poured into Elder Song's 5 orifices and blocked his 5 senses. "Brother Zhuowen, how is Elder Song?" When Zhuowen's consciousness retreated, Gatha and Canaan hurriedly asked, "The power of the curse has indeed entered Elder Song's soul. However, I have a way to remove this curse. It will take a few days." The first half of Zhua Wen's words caused Jianan and Jia Sha to be rather disappointed. However, the second half of his words caused the siblings to feel hopeful. Elder Yen frowned slightly and revealed a trace of disbelief. However, Zhuowen was terrifyingly powerful, so he didn't say anything. "Wait outside the door. I will be able to completely remove it in 3 days. During this time, don't come in and disturb me," Zhuowen said with a smile. Canaan and Gatha naturally trusted Zhuowen. They didn't say anything and left the room with Elder Yen. In the empty room, Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at Elder Song. With a pinch of his right hand, a golden rune appeared in his palm. The 9-cycle golden crack rune has the effect of purifying the soul. Perhaps this thing can remove the curse in Elder Song's soul. As he spoke, Zhuowen pinched the sword fingers of his right hand. The golden rune condensed at the tip of his finger and pointed at Elder Yan's forehead. The golden rune followed his finger and entered Elder Song's sea of consciousness. The instant the golden rune entered Elder Song's dried-up sea of consciousness, the black gas that wrapped around Elder Song's soul actually emitted a sharp whistle. Soon after, it transformed into a huge black exotic beast that stared at the golden rune. Suppress. Zhuowen wasn't polite at all. He commanded the golden rune to rush towards the black exotic beast. Yeah, the black exotic beast let out a long howl. It stepped into the air and directly rushed towards the golden rune. It could feel the terrifying might of the golden rune. Rumble. Unfortunately, the difference between the black exotic beast and the golden rune was too great. The moment they collided, it was completely suppressed by the golden rune. The black gas that surrounded Elder Song's soul also gradually faded. The golden rune suppressed the black exotic beast and dragged it out of Elder Song's sea of consciousness. No matter how the black exotic beast struggled, it couldn't break free from the golden rune's suppression. The golden rune floated above Zhuowen's palm again. He stared at the suppressed black exotic beast. He discovered that this exotic beast was shaped like a tiger. Its fur was as hard as needles, and the two fangs above its mouth were as sharp as swords. Woo, woo, woo. Seeing that it couldn't break free from the golden rune, the exotic beast hurriedly crawled on the ground and whimpered to Zhuowen for mercy. A wisp of cursed power actually has the instinct to live. Not simple. I really wonder what level the demon saint is at. Zhuowen looked at the exotic beast that was crawling on the ground and begging for mercy in amazement. In the end, he squeezed his right hand. Under the mighty power of the golden rune, the black exotic beast directly collapsed into countless black gas. Zhuowen didn't expect the 9-cycle golden crack rune to be so powerful. It only took a short while for the curse to be dispelled. Seeing that Elder Song was still unconscious, Zhuowen knew that the former wouldn't wake up for a while, so he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Senior Lowe's said that the 9-cycle golden crack rune is a special rune engraved on the soul. Moreover, it complements the myriad Tao indestructible divine body and complements each other. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Soon after, he placed the golden rune floating above his palm into his glabella. In Zhuowen's sea of consciousness, a golden sea surged. It was extremely vigorous. On the surface of the golden sea, Zhuowen's soul sat cross-legged. Not far from Zhuowen's soul, the Xiaohe dog also pretended to sit cross-legged with its paws raised. It was actually imitating a human to cultivate. This was truly heaven-defying. Above the golden sea, Cheng Huang was lazily lying on the back of the divine turtle with its legs crossed. It looked like it was enjoying itself. Zhuowen, who was sitting in the sea of consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and stared at the sky. There, a golden rune was gradually falling. Xiaohe, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Zhuowen unceremoniously kicked the pretentious Xiaohe dog next to him, causing it to fall flat on its face. Woof! How dare you kick this Lord Dragon? I think you're tired of living. Do you know that this Lord Dragon has already reached the realm of oneness of heaven and man? Oh, no, it's the realm of oneness of heaven and dog. You little brat, how dare you disturb me? I'll bite you to death. Xiaohe immediately jumped up. The hair on its back stood on end. It directly bit down on Zhuowen's leg. You damn dog, let go. After fooling around for a while, the man and the dog finally stopped. They raised their heads and focused their attention on the slowly falling golden rune. This golden rune is the 9-turn golden split rune that I told you about. The only way to cultivate this secret technique is to engrave it on the soul. It's very simple, but also very complicated. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Are you planning to engrave this golden rune on the soul now? Xiaohe and Cheng Huang frowned at the same time. Yes, I'm going to try. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao said somewhat coldly. Kid, you'd better think this through. Any secret technique related to the soul is extremely dangerous. The soul is your foundation. If your soul is damaged, you're really done for. Do you still want to try? Zhuowen shook his head and said, Of course I want to try. Senior Lowe's said that the 9-turn golden split rune was passed down by the first mountain god. It has a complementary effect on the indestructible divine body. I believe that as long as I cultivate the 9-turn golden split rune, I'll be able to break through the shackles. I might even be able to break through to the great success divine body. Seeing the determination in Zhuowen's eyes, Xiao and Cheng Huang looked at each other helplessly. Xiao, you know a lot more about the soul than I do. This time, you'll engrave this golden rune on my body, Zhuowen said to Xiao. Xiao nodded and said, I'll try my best. However, if anything goes wrong, you have to stop cultivating this secret technique immediately. Do you understand? I know. I won't joke around with my life, Zhuowen said with a smile. Whoosh! Xiao flew into the sky and grabbed the golden rune that was descending from the sky. Then, he carefully examined the golden rune on his palm. Kid, this golden rune has 5 strokes. In other words, it needs to be engraved on your soul 5 times to form the trajectory of this golden rune. Are you sure you can withstand 5 injuries to your soul? Xiao sighed helplessly. Come on, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Then be careful. Xiao was not a sloppy person. He flew in front of Zhuowen and placed his little claws on Zhuowen's chest. Then, following the trajectory of the golden rune, he gently drew it. Ah! A terrifying pain spread from head to toe and spread throughout Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's soul could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Plop! In the outside world, Zhuowen suddenly knelt on the ground. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from screaming. Then, he clawed with his right hand and left 2 deep claw marks on the ground. Zhuowen, are you all right? Engraving the golden rune is not that easy. What you have to endure is the injuries to your soul. If you can't endure it, you should give up. It's better not to cultivate this thing. Xiao said worriedly. I'm fine. Continue engraving. Finish the entire golden rune. Zhuowen endured the pain and took out an iron rod. The surface of the iron rod was wrapped in 3 layers of gauze. Then he bit the iron rod. You stubborn kid. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Xiao shook his head helplessly. However, he still followed Zhuowen's request and continued engraving on the chest of Zhuowen's soul according to the trajectory of the golden rune. Low and deep groans of pain were continuously emitted from the room. Fortunately, Old Song had already fainted. Chapter 15:26. In the serene corpse impasse, that's Brother Zhuo's voice. Did something happen to him inside? Kanan asked worriedly. Should we go in and take a look? Gatha asked softly. Old Yin shook his head and said, Lord Zhuo said that we can't go in and disturb him for 3 days. Let's wait. Kanan and Gatha looked at each other and nodded. In the boundless sea of knowledge, the moment Xiao retracted his claws, Zhuowen fell to the ground and fainted. The pain caused by the 9-turn golden split runes is comparable to the cruelest torture in the world. This kid actually managed to endure it. That's amazing. Cheng Huang landed beside Zhuowen and took out the Fuxi cauldron. Waves of black energy wrapped around Zhuowen as he sighed. At that moment, on Zhuowen's chest, a golden rune was shining with a mysterious brilliance. This rune was the first turn of the 9-turn golden split runes. Upon closer inspection, the rune on Zhuowen's chest was emitting a golden brilliance. It was like a vein that spread around Zhuowen's body. The golden rune was like a heart that was transmitting some kind of mysterious power. Zhuowen's saint body started to transform under the influence of the golden rune. It kept transforming toward the great success saint body. That Lowe's is right. The 9-turn golden split runes and the myriad Tao indestructible divine body complement each other. Just the first turn of the golden rune can make this kid's saint body transform, Xiao He said in surprise. Cheng Huang chuckled and said, if he cultivates the second and third turns of the golden rune, this kid's lesser success saint body will transform into a great success saint body. The effect of the golden split runes is terrifying. The 9-turn golden split runes are too harsh. The first turn of the golden rune already made this kid want to die. If he cultivates the second and third turns, won't he die from the pain? Xiao He said as he glanced at Cheng Huang. The moment Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, he saw Kanan, Gatha, and Loza's worried faces. Behind the three of them stood 2 old men. Zhuowen was no stranger to these 2 old men. They were Old Yen and Old Song. Brother Zhuo is awake. Kanan shouted Chun when he saw Zhuowen wake up. Even Gatha and Loz looked was relieved. Huh, I fainted? Zhuowen struggled to prop himself up, only to discover that he was lying on a bed. Studio, Zhuo studio, Zhuo studio, Zhuo studio. Thank you, Master Zhuo, for risking your life to save me. This old man is unable to repay you. Please accept this old man's bow. Suddenly, Old Song hurried to Zhuowen's bedside. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Zhuowen. His face was filled with gratitude, and his voice was filled with excitement. Of course, Zhuowen could hear a trace of guilt in Old Song's voice. Obviously, he thought that Zhuowen's fainting had something to do with expelling the curse in his body. Zhuowen rubbed his nose. His fainting had nothing to do with Old Song. In other words, expelling the curse in Old Song's body was a piece of cake for Zhuowen. The main reason he fainted was the 9-turn golden split runes. Zhuowen could not help but feel absent-minded when he recalled the heart-wrenching pain. The pain of the soul was hundreds or thousands of times greater than the pain of the body. Even though Zhuowen had a strong will, he didn't want to experience it again when he recalled the pain and trauma on his soul. The first turn of the golden runes was successfully drawn, just as Zhuowen was absent-minded. He was surprised to find that in his sea of consciousness, in the chest of his soul, an inexplicable golden rune was constantly flashing. There was a mysterious power in this golden rune. This power passed through Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and went deep into Zhuowen's body, causing the saint body in his body to resonate. It was this resonance that Zhuowen could clearly feel. Under this resonance, his saint body was transforming and strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. This 9-turn golden split runes really has the miraculous effect of strengthening the saint body. Zhuowen's eyes shone as he could not help but whisper in surprise. Seeing that Zhuowen was in a daze, Elder Song thought that Zhuowen was still worried about the matter of him fainting. He couldn't help but feel even more guilty. He bowed from afar, bending his waist 90 degrees, and said with shame, "Young Master Zhuo, please don't blame this old man." This old man didn't think that young master would faint. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "I do not blame you. It was purely an accident that I fainted this time." Seeing that Zhuowen really had no intention of blaming him, Elder Song breathed a sigh of relief. "You guys go out first. I just woke up and need to rest," Zhuowen suddenly said. Old Song and Old Yin looked at each other and nodded. They immediately left the room with Kanan and Gatha. As for Loz, he did not move. Although Old Song and Old Yin wanted to say something, they hesitated. Loz's aura was very terrifying. They did not have the courage to speak to such an expert. After Old Yen and the other three left the room, Lo stared at Zhuowen and said in disbelief, "Kid, you have the aura of the first turn of the golden runes on your body. Were you trying to cultivate the 9-turn golden split runes?" Zhuowen shrugged and said, "Otherwise, do you think a mere demonic saint curse could make me faint?" "As expected, but did you succeed?" Lo's asked expectantly. Zhuowen smiled, and a ray of golden light gushed out from his chest. This ray of golden light continued to draw a golden rune through a mysterious path. A vast aura leaked out from this golden rune, causing Lo's pupils to shrink. "You really succeeded. Teacher Lawrence really did not choose the wrong person." Lo stared at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. "I was just lucky," Zhuowen said with a dry laugh. Lo shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with luck. I can only say that your willpower is really beyond my expectations. If you can successfully cultivate the second and third turns, I'm afraid your saint body will directly transform into a great success saint body." Zhuowen had a bitter smile on his face when he heard this, and he said, "The first cycle was already enough to make me want to die, let alone the second and third cycles. At the very least, I don't intend to cultivate the 9-cycle gold split rune for now." Zhuowen had just walked out of the gates of hell. How could he try it again? At least for now, Zhuowen would not consider trying the 9-turn golden split runes again. Lo smiled and said, "You should have a good rest first. In a few days, Canaan and Gatha will prepare to go to the depths of the ravine to break the curse in the ravine. At that time, you will come with us. After dealing with the Jia family's matters, we will go to the southern barbarian." Zhuowen nodded, and Lo's immediately left the room. 3 days later, Zhuowen opened the door. Canaan, Gatha, and Lo's were waiting outside. Behind the three of them, Elder Yen and Elder Song stood quietly. "Today, we will go to the ravine. Although your strength is not bad, you should still be careful. The demon saint in the ravine was very powerful when he was alive. The wisp of resentment left behind is also very powerful and terrifying," Elder Yen said cautiously. Zhuowen came in front of the 5 people. He looked at Elder Yen and asked, "I once heard from Canaan that the reason why the Jia family does not leave this place is to protect something in the ravine. What is it that you are protecting?" As soon as he said this, Elder Yen and Elder Song's expressions changed greatly, but they did not speak. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This time, I am helping the Jia family out of respect for Canaan and Gatha. Moreover, I don't need any compensation. However, you should at least tell us some things. Otherwise, it will seem too insincere." Elder Song's eyes flickered. He sighed softly and said, "This matter involves our family's ancestral teachings. If young Master Shua can swear not to tell anyone else, I will tell you." Elder Yan's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but Elder Song stopped him with a look. He could only stay silent. After Zhuowen swore, Elder Song said in a low voice, "Young Master Shua, have you heard of the Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground?" Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground. Zhuowen was confused. This was the first time he had heard of the Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground. However, Xiao He and Cheng Huang in his sea of consciousness were in an uproar. Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground. Is the Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground going to appear again? Xiao He screamed. Although Cheng Huang didn't say anything, he also wore a solemn expression as if he had encountered something extremely shocking. What is the Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground? Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked Xiao He. Xiao He shook his head and said, "We will talk about this later. This Dragon Lord is not sure if the Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground that Elder Song mentioned is the same as the one I know. You should listen to him first." Zhuowen looked at Elder Song and shook his head. "I have never heard of the Nether Corpse Forbidden Ground." Not only Zhuowen, but even Canaan and Gatha were confused. Loz was not from this world, so it was even more impossible for him to know. The Nether Corp's forbidden ground has disappeared for 10,000 years. No wonder you don't know about it. If it weren't for the ancestral teachings, even we wouldn't know what the Nether Corp's forbidden ground is. Elder Song smiled bitterly. Is the Nether Corp's forbidden ground what Jia clan is guarding? Zhuowen asked curiously. Elder Song shook his head and said, the Nether Corp's forbidden ground is a world of its own. How can Jia clan guard it? What Jia clan guards is only a small crack in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground to prevent the dead from coming out. As for the origin of the Serene Corp's extremity, it can be said to be earth-shattering. All of you should know that there was a great calamity 10,000 years ago. During that calamity, countless saints had fallen, including immortal saints. In the end, even the gods came out. The battlefield of that world-shaking calamity is the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. Countless corpses of experts are buried in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. After the world-shaking calamity passed, the battlefield became a world of its own. It was called the Nether Corp's forbidden ground by later generations and disappeared from the heavenly armor continent. No one knows the exact location of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. At this point, Zhuowen and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the Nether Corp's forbidden ground to have such a shocking origin. It was actually the main battlefield of the world-shaking calamity 10,000 years ago. Chapter 1527. A god was buried here. The faces of Zhuowen and the others changed slightly. They could not believe it. A god was an existence that surpassed a saint. Such an existence was beyond the shackles of the entire heavenly armor continent. In other words, a god died in the great calamity 10,000 years ago. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He was inexplicably shocked. A god, even in his heart, was a supreme existence. Such an existence only existed in legends. How could they not be shocked that such a terrifying existence had been buried in the Nether Corp's extremis? Is there a crack passage to the Nether Corp's extremis in the gully? Zhuowen asked. Yes, the crack passage has always been sealed by our Jia clan. If it is not sealed, the dead from the Nether Corp's extremis will pass through the crack and directly appear on the heavenly armor continent. This is not a good thing for the heavenly armor continent. Elder Song said, the yin and yang were separated. If the dead from the Nether Corp's extremis came to the heavenly armor continent, it would cause quite a commotion. Moreover, the dead buried in the Nether Corp's extremis were not simple. It was no wonder that the Jia clan was so nervous. Let's go. Let's go into the gully and take a look. If possible, let's eliminate the demon saint's resentment in the gully first, Zhuowen said. Thus, the 6 of them made their preparations and left the underground world under the gazes of many members of the Jia clan. The curse in the gully is at its weakest during the day. This is the best time to enter the gully. Elder Song said at the edge of the gully. Let's go. Let's enter the gully. Zhuowen did not waste any time. He summoned the 4 bronze chariot. After everyone entered the chariot, he directed the chariot to enter the gully. The gully was very deep. At a glance, one could not see the bottom. Powerful creatures often attacked from both sides of the gully. However, the 4 bronze chariot was a profound saint artifact. Those creatures did not even touch the chariot before they were crushed into a bloody mist by the powerful saint aura. Elder Song and Elder Yin clicked their tongues when they saw this scene. They looked at Zhuowen with even more respect. Although the young man before them was young, his strength was extremely terrifying. In the hands of this young man, he could probably crush the 2 of them to death with a casual pinch. Rumble! The 4 bronze chariot quickly landed at the bottom of the gully. The bottom of the gully was pitch black, and the thick and terrifying curse power was like a cloud of smoke spreading throughout the entire gully. Be careful! The air at the bottom of this gully contains the power of the curse. Don't inhale it into your body, Zhuowen said cautiously as he got off the chariot. Jianan, and the others nodded. They held their breaths and followed Zhuowen down the war chariot. Zhuowen, this ravine is huge. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the demon sage's corpse. Lowe's whispered. Since the fallen demon saint's resentment was in the gully, it meant that the demon saint's corpse was also in the gully. If he wanted to expel the resentment, he would naturally have to destroy the demon saint's corpse. However, Zhuowen looked at Elder Song and said, Elder Song, where is the crack passage in the nether corpse extremity that you mentioned? Young Master Zhua, do you mean that the demon saint is hiding near the crack passage in the nether corpse extremity? Elder Song asked in surprise. It's possible. Since the demon saint has fallen, it means that the demon saint is already dead. The nether corpse extremity is a paradise for the dead, so the demon saint's corpse must be nearby, Zhuowen said. Elder Song and Elder Yen looked at each other. They both thought that Zhuowen's words made sense. Everyone please follow me. Elder Song and Elder Yen walked in the direction of the gully, while Zhuowen and the others followed closely behind. Whoosh! As they went deeper into the gully, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the surrounding curse power was getting denser. Elder Song and Elder Yen, who were leading the way, felt the pressure, and their footsteps became extremely slow. With a thought, the first transformation golden rune on Zhuowen's chest burst out with golden light. It soared into the sky, and a huge golden rune appeared above his head. As soon as the golden rune was formed, the surrounding curse power immediately dissipated with a shrill whistle. Elder Song and Elder Yen, who were leading the way, felt the pressure on them lessen, and their footsteps became much faster. The two old men cast a grateful look at Zhuowen and continued to lead the way. This is the crack passage entrance in the nether corpse extremity. The two old men stopped in front of a huge cave and turned to speak to Zhuowen and the others. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the cave in front of him. The cave was surrounded by piles of white bones, and the passage leading to the depths of the cave was bottomless. What a dense, deathly aura! Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could feel an extremely shocking deathly aura in the cave. This cave is the crack passage that leads to the nether corpse extremity. According to our Jia clan's legend, entering this cave is a matter of life and death. Even a saint might not be able to return after entering. Elder Song walked to the entrance of the cave and looked up and down. He then turned around and smiled. Fortunately, the seal that our Jia clan placed here is still intact. The demon saint's corpse and resentment should not be here. Rumble! However, Elder Song's smile only lasted for a moment. A muffled, thunderous sound came from the cave. Then, a huge black shadow appeared in an instant and swallowed Elder Song with its bloody mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of a monster chewing resounded in the spacious cave. After swallowing Elder Song, the huge black shadow's upper and lower jaws moved as if it was eating. The monster had a forked horn on its head like a deer's. It had a red mane from its neck to its back. Its scales were dark brown, and the scales from its waist to the back were inverted. Its legs were like a flood dragon's, and its front end was very wide. The monster spat out wisps of illusory gas from its mouth. When the gas was spat out, it revealed all kinds of illusions. Most of these illusions were pavilions and towers. They were luxurious like no one had ever seen before. From the windows, one could see nobles in luxurious clothes moving about. Their postures were beautiful and stunning. Moreover, these illusions differed from person to person. Even if one was looking at the same illusion, there would be differences in the details in different people's eyes. This is the ancient fierce beast Qi. This Qi has the ability to create all kinds of illusions. The seal of the cave that we saw earlier was intact. I'm afraid it was an illusion. Xiao He could not help but exclaim in the sea of consciousness, "Elder Song!" From the moment the Qi appeared to the moment Elder Song was swallowed, only a moment had passed. Jiaknan and Gatha did not even have time to react. By the time they did, Elder Song had already become a meal in the Qi's stomach. Elder Yen was relatively far away from the cave, so he was spared. However, after seeing Elder Song's fate, Elder Yan's face turned pale. He quickly fled the cave and returned to Zhuowen and the others. "Unforgivable. You deserve to die 10,000 times for killing Elder Song." Gatha's beautiful eyes were gloomy as a murderous intent surged out. It was hard to imagine that the usually gentle and amiable Gatha would reveal such a murderous expression at this moment. It was obvious how heavy of a blow Elder Song's death was to her. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying snowstorm appeared behind Gatha. Within the snowstorm, a towering figure walked over step by step. Every step caused the ground to tremble and the entire ravine to tremble. "Kill!" Gatha spat out these words. The huge figure was like a whirlwind as it swept towards the Qi. Then, the figure reached out with both hands, grabbed the Qi, and exerted force. Awoo! The Qi let out a miserable shriek. Immediately after, under the huge force, it collapsed into countless pieces of blood. As expected of the heaven's wrath armored spirit, its strength is terrifying. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Xiao He had already said that the heaven's wrath armored spirit on Gatha's body was extraordinary. Now that Gatha had become a martial saint, the heaven's wrath armored spirit on her body had become even more terrifying. The Qi had been killed by her in one move. After the Qi's death, Zhuowen realized that the scenery of the cave had changed. The cave before them was no longer as neat and orderly as before. The cave was severely damaged, and the seal of the cave had long disappeared. What we saw just now should be an illusion spat out by the Qi. The seal of the cave has long been broken. The Qi should be the resentment of the fallen martial saint. Its true form should be the Qi that specializes in illusions. Lo said seriously, "Elder Song is dead, and the seal of the cave has been broken. I wonder if there are any dead people in the serene corpse extremity who will come to our side through the crack. If they do, we will be in big trouble," Old Yin said with a pale face. "Is there any way to seal the crack in the serene corpse extremity?" Zhuowen asked. "Yes, there is. However, this method is very dangerous. The old ancestor of my Jia clan once left behind a scroll. Within this scroll, there is a seal that can directly seal the crack. However, this seal can only be used to enter the depths of the cave and seal the crack. However, it is too dangerous because no one knows if a powerful dead person will come out from the crack. You might be attacked by the dead person while you are sealing the crack. At that time, you will die without a burial place." Old Yen's body trembled as he spoke. He was extremely afraid as he recalled the teachings of his clan's ancestors. "I will go. After all, this is a matter of our Jia clan." Old Yen passed the scroll to me. Jia Nan suddenly walked out and said seriously, "Young Master Jia Nan, you can't do that. You and Miss Gatha are the hope of our Jia clan. Nothing can happen to you. I am already so old and have lived long enough. Let me go." Old Yin shook his head. He had finally suppressed the fear in his heart. He took out a scroll from his spirit ring and planned to enter the cave. "There is no need to argue. Pass the scroll to me. I will go in." Suddenly, Zhuowen appeared beside Old Yen. He reached out with his right hand, and the scroll immediately appeared in his hand. Then, Zhuowen quickly rushed into the cave. Big brother, Zhuo. Jia, Nan, and Gatha's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to follow him in, but Lowe's blocked their way. Zhuowen has instructed that he can go in alone. The two of you should not interfere. Chapter 1528. The iron coffin. Before obtaining the scroll and entering the cave, Zhuowen had secretly sent a voice transmission to Lowe's, asking him to stop Kanan and Gatha from acting rashly. Kanan and Gatha both took a few steps back. Lowe's had a saint physique. If he really wanted to stop them, Kanan and Gatha wouldn't be able to break through Lowe's body and enter the cave even if they used all their skills. Xiaohei, is what you said true? Was Fuxi really in the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground? Zhuo quickly walked into the depths of the dark tunnel. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission in his heart. Previously, when Elder Song mentioned the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground, Xiaohei and Cheng Huang had both turned pale with fright. Later, after Qi died, an elder, Yen, took out the scroll. Xiaohei urged Zhuowen to take it and enter the depths of the cave. The reason was that Fuxi, who had disappeared back then, was very likely to be in the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground. I'm not too sure. Fuxi's disappearance back then was too strange. His aura in the heavenly armor continent completely disappeared. I originally thought that Fuxi might have gone to that place to ascend, but now that I've heard about the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground, I think it's more likely that Fuxi is here, Xiaohei said in a low voice. Cheng Huang fell silent, which was rare. However, Zhuowen could feel the excitement in Cheng Huang's heart. As the artifact spirit of the Fuxi cauldron, Fuxi could be said to be the master who gave Cheng Huang life. He was like a father figure. Elder Song said that the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground is a place where the dead are buried. If Senior Fuxi is there, doesn't that mean... Zhuowen didn't continue. His meaning was very clear. If Fuxi was in the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground, he would also be a dead man. Zhuowen, that's where you're wrong. Living people can actually live in the Serene Corpse Danger Ground. That's because not only are the dead buried here, there are also people who are about to die. Xiaohei suddenly said, people who are about to die. Zhuowen was a little surprised. The so-called people who are about to die are experts who are seriously injured. In order to stop their injuries and prolong their death, they will bury themselves in the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground. Normally, those who choose to do this are the supreme and powerful saints, and only when they have no other choice would they choose to bury themselves. After all, being buried in the nether corpses, extremists for thousands of years might not be able to come out. The restrictions inside are too great. At this moment, Cheng Huang's eyes were filled with confusion. He said, when the Fuxi cauldron shattered all those years ago, I was forced to separate from it and fall into a deep slumber. Although I don't know exactly what happened after that, I do know that Master was heavily injured. Back then, the best choice was to find the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground and find a place with good feng shui to bury yourself there. That way, you could stop your injuries from worsening and increase your lifespan. Zhuowen was rather unsettled after hearing that. The Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground was not simple. A place with good feng shui could actually increase one's lifespan by a certain amount. This was basically fighting against the heavens. It was a heaven-defying act. So, you want me to enter the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Old Yen and Old Song's expressions changed at the mention of the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground. Coupled with the ancestral teachings of the Jia clan, it was clear that the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground was definitely not a good place. Xiaohei and Cheng Huang glanced at each other. In the end, they both bowed and said, Zhuowen, this matter involves Fuxi, so I hope you can help us. Of course, the Serene Corpse Forbidden Ground is not a good place after all. If there is any danger, leave and seal the crack. What do you think? Zhuowen furrowed his brows. After pondering for a moment, he said, then I'll go in and take a look. But just in case, I've decided to use a puppet to enter the serene corpse forbidden ground. The treasure vault of the Blue Dragon Palace contained treasures that Taoist Song Long had collected over the years. Among them, there were some puppets that were specially used to arrange troops. It was too risky for Zhuowen to enter the serene corpse forbidden ground himself. It was better for him to use a wisp of his mental strength to control the puppet. Yes, you can use the puppet to enter the serene corpse forbidden ground. You can predict in advance what is inside. It would be best if you can find Fuxi, but if you can't, then there's nothing you can do. Cheng Huang and Xiao He said in unison. Then it's decided. After making up his mind, Zhuowen suddenly sped up. After an hour, he arrived at the end of the cave. However, to Zhuowen's surprise, the end of the cave was not a black rock wall, but a huge bronze door. The bronze door was dozens of feet high. On both sides of the door were carvings of the two death gods, Oxhead and Horseface. Both of them were staring at each other with their huge eyes. They looked extremely terrifying. However, the bronze door was not complete. There was a crack in the middle of the door. The crack was inconspicuous, but wisps of black mist seeped out from the crack, which made Zhuowen extremely wary. It's the death chi. On the other side of the bronze door is the serene corpse forbidden ground. Some powerful dead people can shrink themselves and leave the serene corpse forbidden ground through the crack, Xiao He said cautiously. However, it seems that the crack has not been discovered by the dead people in the serene corpse forbidden ground. We can go in and explore before sealing the crack, Cheng Huang said. Then I'll send out a puppet to try. Zhuowen nodded. Immediately, he took out a puppet that was as tall as Zhuowen from the Azure Dragon Hall. He then extracted a wisp of his mental energy and sent it into the puppet's forehead. The puppet's eyes immediately lit up, as if it had come to life. Zhuowen shrunk the puppet to the size of a strand of hair. He then placed it in the crack and sent it to the other side of the bronze door. Xiao He, I'm going to use my mental energy to control the puppet. Protect me, Zhuowen said to Xiao He as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Don't worry, no one will disturb you. Xiao He landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. With a wave of her little paw, a thick black mist enveloped Zhuowen, forming a thick protective shield. When Zhuowen's mental energy landed on the puppet, which was also when the puppet opened its eyes, Zhuowen was stunned. The serene corpse forbidden ground, as the name suggested, should be filled with white bones, barren land, and ghostly aura lingering in the air. In Zhuowen's heart, he also thought that the serene corpse forbidden ground should be like this. However, the serene corpse forbidden ground that appeared in front of him now shocked him. Or rather, it was beyond his expectations. The scene in front of Zhuowen's eyes was completely different from what he had imagined. In the serene corpse forbidden ground, there were green mountains and clear waters. The mountains were like coiling dragons, and the mountain ranges were like serpents. Immortal mist filled the air, waterfalls flowed, and old trees towered into the sky, their branches like mist. How was this the ghostly serene corpse forbidden ground? It was simply a paradise on earth. Zhuowen rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. However, no matter how many times he rubbed his eyes, the scene in front of him was still the same. Are those coffins? After recovering from his shock, Zhuowen quickly calmed down. His eyes fell on the surrounding environment, and he soon noticed that the serene corpse forbidden ground, which was like a paradise on earth, was very different from the usual scenery, because in this beautiful scenery, one could see all kinds of coffins everywhere. There were inconspicuous wooden coffins, bronze coffins that were covered in patterns, and golden coffins that shone with a golden light. Moreover, the places where these coffins were placed were also very particular, or rather unique. For example, on the steep cliff in front of Zhuowen, there were many ancient coffins hanging. Some coffins were directly embedded in the rock walls, some were placed on towering trees like a bird's nest, and some were floating in the stream. This nether corpse forbidden grounds is truly inconceivable. Even though its name is so creepy, the scenery inside is so magnificent. It's truly baffling. Zhuowen shook his head, not daring to move carelessly. Although the scenery inside was beautiful, he could feel that the auras on the countless coffins scattered in this area were not simple. Zhuowen could even feel a strong sense of danger from many of the coffins. There was no doubt that the coffins contained extremely terrifying corpses. Even if they had been dead for thousands of years, they were still extremely powerful, and were not something that Zhuowen could profane. "Senior Cheng Huang, can you sense Fushi's aura in here?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Before entering the serene corpse forbidden ground, Cheng Huang had also attached a strand of his consciousness to the puppet. After all, Cheng Huang was the weapon spirit of the Fushi cauldron, so it should be the most familiar with the aura of its master, Fushi. Only Cheng Huang could find Fushi among the countless coffins. The deathly aura in the serene corpse forbidden ground is too dense, almost cutting off my senses. If I wasn't very close, I wouldn't have been able to distinguish my master's aura, Cheng Huang said helplessly. "Is that so? Then let's go inside and take a look." Zhuowen did not waste any more time. Stepping on the soft ground, he slowly walked into the depths of the serene corpse forbidden ground. The puppet that Zhuowen had chosen had the strength of a profound saint. In this serene corpse forbidden ground, it would not be killed so easily. Zhuowen walked to a basin and saw that there was an iron coffin in the center of the basin. The iron coffin was bound by numerous chains, and its surface was covered with blood-red patterns that looked like blood veins. "Get lost!" The moment Zhuowen stepped into the basin, a thunderous voice came from the iron coffin. Then, the surrounding chains moved violently and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He suddenly struck out with his right hand and smashed it against the iron chains. Immediately after, he was sent flying and smashed outside the basin. Clang. Chapter 1529. Tomb of the Gods, Puchi. The chains were just like sharp blades as they wrapped around the puppet. Immediately, a mighty force pressed down. The puppet did not even let out a groan before it was directly shattered into countless pieces. "Those who invade my territory will be killed no matter how far away they are." The moment the puppet shattered and Zhuowen's divine sense dissipated, an extremely cold voice came from the iron coffin. Outside the crack, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. His face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even though it was just a wisp of his divine sense being crushed, it still affected him greatly. Even Cheng Huang let out a muffled groan. After all, Cheng Huang had also placed a wisp of its divine sense into the puppet. How terrifying! The coffin hasn't even been opened. Just the chains on the surface of the coffin directly destroyed a profound sage-level puppet. Zhuowen said in a deep voice with a look of horror in his eyes. The owner of the coffin was definitely a supreme master when he was alive. "He's not an existence we can provoke," Cheng Huang said with some fear. "What did you see inside? Looking at your shocked expressions, did you encounter some kind of danger?" Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and asked as he looked at Zhuowen and Cheng Huang. Zhuowen and Cheng Huang looked at each other and briefly explained what had happened inside. Speaking of which, they hadn't been in the Nether Corpse Extremis for long before they accidentally entered the territory of a powerful existence and were killed. Sigh. Those who can be buried in the Nether Corpse Extremis were all earth-shattering figures when they were alive, especially those who were buried in places with good feng shui. They have a strong sense of territory. If they accidentally entered, it wouldn't be strange for them to encounter what you just encountered, Xiao He said indifferently. Zhuowen stared at Xiao He with some surprise and said, Xiao He, from the looks of it, you seem to be quite familiar with the Nether Corpse Extremis. That's right, Xiao He. You haven't entered the Nether Corpse Extremis before, have you? Chung Huang said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Xiao He fell silent. Its eyes became a little blurry, as if it was reminiscing about the past. During that great calamity, this Dragon Lord's body was almost shattered. In order to save myself, I once buried myself in this forbidden land of corpses in exchange for a longer lifespan. Zhuowen and Chung Huang were shocked when they heard this. They had not expected Xiao He to have such a past. No wonder he seemed so confident about the Nether Corpse forbidden land. It turned out that he had once been buried in this forbidden land. And then, now that you've become like this, could it be that the burial failed? Chung Huang asked. I did succeed, but my injuries were too severe, and my origin was shattered. Even the Serene Corpse Extremis couldn't heal my injuries. Left with no other choice, I gave up on my physical body, and my soul left the Serene Corpse Extremis. Later on, by chance, I entered the Ryuka ancestral hall of this kid's family. There, this Dragon Lord's dissipating origin was stopped. Later on, I discovered that this kid had the Fushi cauldron in his body, so this Dragon Lord followed this kid, Xiao He slowly recounted. Although its tone was very calm, anyone could tell that it was extraordinary. I see. Then when you were buried in the Serene Corpse Extremis, did you sense Lord Fushi's aura? Chung Huang asked expectantly. Xiao He shook its head and said, I'm not you, so how could I sense Fushi's aura? Moreover, I was heavily injured back then, and after I was buried in the Serene Corpse Extremis, I fell into a deep sleep. I don't know what happened after that. Is that so? Chung Huang was a little disappointed. Since Xiao He is so familiar with the Serene Corpse Extremis, let's go in and take a look again. Perhaps we can really find Fushi there. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out another puppet from his spirit ring. The treasure trove palace was filled with treasures, so it was naturally impossible for it to only have one puppet. Since he had lost one puppet, Zhuowen naturally had to take out another one. This time, Zhuowen let Xiao He's divine sense enter the puppet. After everything was ready, they once again entered the Serene Corpse Extremis through the crack. At this moment, with Xiao He as an experienced driver, the puppet was able to travel very far in the Serene Corpse Extremis. Although they encountered many powerful burial grounds along the way, they didn't rashly approach their territories, so the previous mishap didn't occur. After walking for about half a day, Chung Huang still did not sense anything. The three of them were a little frustrated. The Serene Corpse Extremis is vast, and coffins are as numerous as the stars. Looking for Fushi in such a big place with so many burial grounds is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, Xiao He said with a sigh. After walking for half a day, I still can't sense any aura of Master. Perhaps Master isn't even in the Serene Corpse Extremis, Chung Huang said somewhat dispiritedly. Zhuowen did not feel any disappointment. He had entered the Serene Corpse Extremis for Xiao He and Chung Huang. He was not very familiar with Fushi, so he could not say that he had come for Fushi. At this moment, Zhuowen controlled the puppet to look around and said in a deep voice, Xiao He, Elder Song once said that a god was buried in the Serene Corpse Extremis. Is that true? As soon as these words came out, Xiao He fell into silence. After a while, he said, a god was indeed buried here. Moreover, it was a dead god. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. He looked around, his heart thumping as he asked, then, do you know the place where a god was buried? In Zhuowen's heart, a god was an unreachable existence. It was also an existence that Zhuowen had always looked up to. Xiao He had once said that a god had once existed 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years, gods no longer existed in the heavenly armor continent, and even saints were hard to find. Even though Zhuowen had now become a profound sage, he still had an unconcealable reverence for gods. It was said that gods were existences that surpassed this world and were eternal existences. I know, but that place is very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go there? Xiao He said solemnly, I want to go. I want to see the tomb of a god. Even if it's just a glance from afar, I want to go, Zhuowen said seriously. Then follow my instructions. The tomb of a god is not ordinary. You'll know once you go there. Remember, don't go near it. Otherwise, you'll really be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, Xiao He was very serious. Although Zhuowen was very curious, after seeing Xiao He's appearance, his heart trembled, and he nodded seriously. Under Xiao He's instructions, Zhuowen rushed through mountain after mountain, crossed river after river, and passed through dense forests. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally stopped at the summit of a mountain. In front of the mountain, there was a huge plateau. At the top of the plateau, there was white snow as if it was wearing a layer of white gauze. At the center of the plateau stood a huge and magnificent palace. In front of this palace, there was a stone tablet that seemed to reach the sky. The surface of the stone tablet was densely engraved with words that Zhuowen could not understand. When Zhuowen's eyes focused on the words on the stone tablet, his mind shook, and his main body, which was sitting cross-legged outside the serene corpse danger ground, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't stare at the inscription. The inscription was carved by a god. It's not something that a mere profound sage like you can bear. The moment Zhuowen spat out blood, Xiao He immediately stopped Zhuowen, and Zhuowen hurriedly looked away, no longer daring to look at the inscription. So terrifying. Just the inscription alone has such power. Zhuowen gasped for breath and could not help but be surprised. After recovering, Zhuowen's eyes fell on the 4 corners of the plateau. In the 4 directions of the central palace, there were 4 huge tombs. Although these tombs were not as magnificent as the central palace, they were much more high-end and majestic than most of the burial grounds Zhuowen had walked through. For huge statues stood in these 4 tombs. These 4 statues faced the central palace and knelt on one knee as if they were worshipping the master of the divine tomb. The 4 tombs are buried in 4 extremely powerful true immortals. They were built to protect the divine tomb from being disturbed. Xiao He stared at the plateau with a complicated expression. Tombs of true immortals. Zhuowen's heart trembled. Above the profound sage was the heaven sage, and above the heaven sage was the immortal sage. The immortal sage had 3 small realms: the earth immortal sage, the heaven immortal sage, and the true immortal sage. Among them, the true immortal sage was the highest level of the immortal sage, and was collectively known as the true immortal. It was considered a peak sage, and it was a terrifying existence that could easily destroy the entire eastern land with a wave of its hand. Kid, you've seen the divine tomb. It's time for you to leave. The divine tomb isn't a place for trouble. Hurry up and leave. Blackie reminded. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was reluctant to leave. His gaze landed on the majestic tomb of the gods, as well as the 4 majestic tombs of true immortals. In the end, he sighed and said, just what kind of existence could actually bury a god? Kid, you don't want to live anymore. How can you say such things? As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, Xiao He's expression changed greatly, and it hurriedly stopped Zhuowen. Then it looked at the 4 tombs of true immortals on the plateau with great vigilance and said in a low voice, "Leave quickly. This place is taboo. There are many unknown things inside. Some things can't be said carelessly." Seeing Xiao He so cautious, Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly lifted his feet and prepared to leave this place. Creak! The moment Zhuowen lifted his feet, the sound of gears turning was heard. Then, the statues in front of the tombs of true immortals in the east, south, west, and north of the divine tombs suddenly turned around, and a wisp of raging flames appeared in its hollow eyes. Blasphemers will be killed without mercy. A magnificent voice came from the statue. Then, the statue stomped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen like a cannonball. Damn it, what's going on? Zhuowen hurriedly retreated hundreds of steps. Looking at the tall statue in front of him, he was faintly frightened.